Here we go. So, Morena, we're just gone live. So, welcome everyone. We're going to have firstly the Karakia from Councillor Grant Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Whakatau ho ki te uru, whakatau ho ki te tonga, kia makina kina ki uta, kia mataratara ki tai. I he ake ana, ti atakura, hi toi, hi huku, hi hohu, ti he Māori ora.
And Chair Pauling, the Mihi.
Tēnā koe, Grant, mō tō karakia timatanga o tātou nei hui. Kia koe, hoki, Vicky, te kaihautu o tō tātou waki tēnei rā. Tēnei te mihi kia koe, kōrua, koutou. Ai e nā mate, haere, hari atura. Apati hono tātou, hono rātou kia rātou, apati hono tātou, hono tātou kia tātou. Nā kai kaunihera, nā kai mahi, nā mimuta hāpore, e mā taki nei. Tēnā koutou, tēnā koutou nau mai, hara mai, ki tēnei hui o tātou, tēnā koutou, kia ora.
Kia ora. So, welcome everyone, and we've got a quorum present, so I declare the meeting open. I have Councillors Diche, Ward and Cranwer online, and Councillor East is an apology for lateness, so he'll be in sometime after 11. Do I have any conflicts of interest today? No one? We don't have any public forums and so on today. There's no extraordinary or urgent business and no notice of motion. So we can move straight into the first of our agenda items. Oh, sorry, Councillor Sunkel's got a question.
Just a simple, just inquiring, is Catherine Trott, is this her last meeting in front of us in a formal capacity? It is. Madam Chair, I would like, if I then could, that we record in the minutes, this being our final meeting, a sincere, appreciation of the work that Catherine has provided for us as a council and for Canterbury over the time. I'll keep it very short and succinct, otherwise I'll get emotional. But it just occurred to me the fact that this is the last formal occasion and an opportunity to record that in the minutes of this meeting. So thank you, Catherine.
Yeah, kia ora, John. Thanks for recognising that. I'm sorry, I've just ploughed straight in. So yeah, cracky, it comes around fast, doesn't it? Yeah. So we'll move on. We've got that recorded. So yeah, moving on. So item 7, the minutes. So do I have any queries or edits or concerns from anybody on the minutes today? Nothing? Okay, so do I have a mover? So Councillor Mackay and second, Councillor Robinson seconding. And so all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. And any against? No one. So that's carried. Thank you. So then we're moving into the report items for decision. So starting with item 8.1, which is the response to notice of motion from Councillor Davies on setting up an artificial intelligence working group. So Giles Southwell, who's Director of Corporate and Public Transport Services, will come and speak to this report. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. So, yep, I'll take the paper as read. So this is the staff response to the notice of motion, which was accepted by Council. In relation to establishing an AI working group. I'm happy to answer any questions in relation to the paper and recommendations in it.
So does anyone have any questions? No. Councillor Burns.
Yeah, thank you. Good report, thanks very much. I just have a query in the recommendations on item page 20, section 5, the budget proposed $20,000. How did that amount come about? And the other bit is it says from existing budgets. What existing budget would that be?
So the amount was, and you'll notice the recommendation is of up to. It was a recognition that bringing in external facilitators may incur cost. although obviously some organisations are prepared and happy to come to organisations such as Environment Canterbury and give their time for free. So it was just a recognition for council or for this committee to understand that bringing in external parties can incur costs, and so multiplying an estimate of how much that may be, and we've erred on a overestimate rather than trying to. So we budgeted for, say, four organisations at $5,000 a pop, which is not necessarily unrealistic if they all wanted to charge. And the budget would need to be identified. At the moment, there is no funding allocated to this, but as council will know from various reports, there are areas where budgets are not being spent in full through the forecasts that are being done. So there are opportunities that we could identify where that money may come from, but then that also the implications of diverting that money to pay for anybody who did need to be recompensed for their time.
Yeah, thank you. It's perfect. I just want to follow up slightly. Actually, you're probably not the right person to ask the question. I might need to leave this to the debate. If I probably need to ask you this, Councillor Davies, because you're the person who moved the note. So I'll leave that till the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. So Councillor Robinson.
No, thanks for that. Sort of following on from Councillor Burns, with regards to services or external experts facilitating and offering pro bono services, is there a heightened sort of risk involved in that with regards to, I guess, transparency of procurement and that type of thing? Has that been identified?
So I think obviously our procurement rules would need to be considered. If depending on what the topic is that you are looking for, there will be relatively few organisations with the relevant expertise, and obviously our procurement policy does have limits at which quotes need to be obtained, or you can seek or deviations can be sought if there are exceptions to that process. So procurement rules would need to be followed, but obviously if organisations are prepared to give their time for free, then there is no cost involved.
And Councillor Karakia? Oh, you complete. Yep. So Councillor Karakia.
Tēnā koe, Giles. Page 23, point number 16, and it probably follows on from Councillor Burns' question around cost. But I see that in 16, you've just given some examples of appropriate external experts. And so was there any inquiry actually as to local experts? Because, and no disrespect to Peter Lucas-Jones, because I know Peter, and he is exactly that, but there's also possibility that there are other local ones like Kraitiana Tauru, from Ngaitahu, also does this work. So, and in the interest of the fact that Te Huku's in the far north, so flights, return flights, accommodation, all of that.
This certainly wasn't supposed to be an exhausted list or a list of organisations that we would recommend that you use. They were examples of the types of organisations that do exist. Clearly, there are many other organisations. For example, I am sure that all of the major consultancies would be more than happy to spend some time with the council talking about AI. So this was just illustrative of the types of organisations that we are aware of, and we didn't do any extensive research.
My point was, though, is that we actually have a partnership here, and so that part of that partnership is not just about anyone else. It's actually about trying to use our own in that space. I'm talking Ngaitahu. Thank you.
Councillor Davies.
Has any consideration been given to the officers that may sit on this working group?
So I think that if officers were invited to attend, then we would obviously, depending on the topic, look for the relevant individuals to attend. So if it's about AI from a technology dimension, I would anticipate that our GM Digital would attend, and potentially myself. But if it was more orientated towards exploring the role that AI can play in democracy, then it may be more appropriate for David and Lisa. Or if it was around regulatory, then it may be more appropriate for Stephen. And that's one of the reasons that we've framed the response in the way that we have.
So that really plays to the question that I was wanting to ask, which is where is the connection between, so in recommendation 4, it says that staff support is limited to administrative functions, whereas 5 is then spending. So my question was going to be, and that may have just answered it, that actually officers would be welcome and actually willing to attend these things. But my question was, how is there going to, where's the mechanism within this for the information and greater understanding that comes from the working group to actually drive change or facilitate the organisation taking up the opportunities? Like, to me, that's not clear from the recommendations if it's set up as it is, but it sounds like maybe the recommendation needs to be changed to acknowledge that actually officers would attend. It's not just as administrative.
We've attached the proposed terms of reference, and so I think officers would, if of interest and desired by the working group, officers will be willing to attend if relevant. I think that the terms of reference on page 26, in terms of the 4 bullets, indicate that it does depend on what the topic is in terms of how directly useful the conversation would be to the work that we deliver through the core services or how we operate as an organisation. As we've tried to indicate through the paper, given its increasive pervasiveness throughout technology applications, we are increasingly using and deploying AI technology either consciously or, unfortunately, often unconsciously through what we do. But it's the application of the work of the working group to the work of the organisation will very much depend on the topic under consideration and the way in which any external organisation presents that and facilitates that conversation.
So then that sort of begs the question is, what influence or opportunity for influence is there from staff? And this is perhaps one for you, Joe. What opportunity is there for staff to influence or encourage a particular topic that you see is of relevance, where we're essentially saying there's a budget available for bringing in expertise? Like, you must have an idea, Giles, of what, or some of your specialist staff, of what particular areas would be of interest and particular relevance to us, and therefore some topics or particular organisations that might be of interest to come in. And I think that's where, for me, I'd be interested to know how is that connecting to make sure that that funding does actually deliver something that's got some benefit to the organisation, is ultimately the point.
Yeah, I mean, just in terms of some of the questions you've asked, I think the terms of reference attached to the report answers those questions. I'm not sure if you possibly need to revise the terms of reference, but it's quite clear around the objectives of the group and flushing these ideas through the building through information, high quality, public, transparent information available to the organisation. It's all within the terms of reference.
I can read what's written there, and I can understand the intent, but from experts coming in and delivering information to councillors, and that's where it's not clear to me. How is that information? Both, firstly, what's the staff mechanism, or is there a staff mechanism to actually help the group focus into particular areas that you're already aware of are important or maybe of interest, and actually influencing to some degree what's to be discussed and which experts are to come in, and then how does that feed back in? But I mean, that's because it's, we're looking at putting money into this. We haven't had this sort of money come forward for other speakers to come in on other topics. So I'm just wanting to make sure that there is actually a mechanism, that it's not just a small group of councillors that get information and it doesn't go anywhere. That's the crux for me, is what's the mechanism.
So my understanding, and obviously Councillor Davies may wish to clarify, but reading the notice of motion, this is more about generic awareness of the development of AI to inform rather than direct the work of the organisation. So most of the key areas highlighted in the terms of reference are not immediately and directly relevant to the core service delivery of the organisation, but would inform in a broader sense our awareness and understanding, particularly obviously in members of the working group. That would then inform the strategic conversations of the council and the decisions the council may make in the future around how those things can be applied or used in the organisation.
Okay, thank you. Chair Pauling.
This is not a real big deal. I just noticed on page 26 on number 5 under operational framework that emphasise is spelt with a Z. Don't know if the AI picked that up and made it a Z, but is it? Or do we normally use Zs? I think it's normally an S in New Zealand English, but anyway. But all good. Thank you.
Anyone else? No. Okay. Thank you, Charles.
Just a quick response to that. When you learn programming, you learn American English. So colour is COLOR, and that's because that's how computers read English predominantly.
Maybe we should just update it to what we normally use, but I'm not really worried. But anyway, that could be done minor in the future. Yep.
Okay, thank you. So the recommendations are up there. So I'm presuming that Councillor Davies will want to move this one. Do I have seconded? Councillor Korako seconding. So opening for debate then. Who would like to? So Councillor Davies, do you want to speak to it?
Thank you, Madam Chair. So as the mover of this original motion, I'm pleased to support these recommendations for the Canterbury Regional Council Artificial Intelligence Working Group. It's also really good to have a high-level summary of where we're at with regard to AI within the building. So I thank Giles, Ian and their teams for the report. I believe if we carry these motions today, this is actually, I've written in my speech here, a low-key big day for us. Because from my understanding, we're the first council in New Zealand to have a governance-established AI group. There's projects running through local government at the moment, but it's mostly at an operational level. And I don't really want to get into the specifics of the group. We've had a look at the terms of reference multiple times now. I've had reports on it, notice of motion. So I think I've explained what the purpose and what the objectives are. And again, I refer you to the terms of reference if you need to revise those. But this process will unfold both organically and artificially. And I like the word of the use of the word organic within the report to talk about how AI is being used already. And there's a few points I will reflect on. When we had a little bit of publicity around this, and when members of the public who have raised this with me, I thank them for this. I had some emails and phone calls about it, I had a couple meetings, and there's such an enthusiasm for AI out in the community. And I really honour that. And the funny thing that they raised was around the people or the positions that voted against the notice of motion around the energy consumption. And that's an interesting one. But Genevieve and also Paul's points are valid. And why do AI data centers cost billions? Like the one that's Meta is building in Louisiana at the moment. It's 1,000 hectares. It's got a $10 billion US price tag. And to put that into perspective, that's 30 of those stadiums. And that's all private capital. It's because AI workloads require very, very powerful processing units and enormous power generations equivalent to the consumption of a small city. And they also need advanced cooling systems to keep those digital brains from melting down. So, in a science fiction reference, let's hope that those data centers have a kill switch, because pulling the plugs out is still the quickest way to kill a bug that force quit won't. and we know the nightmarish futures depicted in science fiction. So I will finish with a reminder to councillors to Rocco's Basilisk, which is a story and a thought experiment that posits a future benevolent artificial superintelligence that may punish those who knew of its potential existence but didn't actively contribute to its development. So I say, let the record show today who voted for or against these motions, because if the machines take over and start looking at ECAN's minutes, I want to be on the right side of the aisle.
Councillor Swiggs.
I'm gonna support the motion. I think this is really awesome and good work, Joe, for bringing it in. I just was reminiscing on Monday night. I had a residents meeting, and the residents group had gone to a number of their constituent MPs and asked them specific questions. And one of those questions that they asked and they reported back at the meeting was, "Do you use AI?" And they hadn't asked any of us as elected members, but I stood up and I said, I use AI. I couldn't have got through my doctorate without using Grammarly, and Grammarly is a form of artificial intelligence. I'm dyslexic, I look at words differently, and it's really a struggle for me to write sometimes. That's just one application for where AI is useful. It's not the big out there kind of scary thing that a lot of people think. We're all using it within our day-to-day lives, and it is making things easier for us, but it is also making things complicated and more complex for us. And one of the things that I'm really concerned about with AI is the privacy and ethical considerations with artificial intelligence, especially with generative AI. There needs to be careful consideration. So that's one thing that I think, and I hope that this AI working group will take a lead on, and not look at the sexy stuff that's out there in the peripherals that everybody's talking about, but the actual practical part about what does your data protection look like, what does the bias and discrimination within artificial intelligence systems look like, what does accountability for AI errors look like, transparency and mitigation, and what are the things that we can do in that. So that's what I'm excited for with this working group, not the look at this, but I do want us to be leading some of that space, because we do need to demystify some of the scariness around artificial intelligence, and I think if we focused on some of those areas, I think we will help a long way to give confidence to people, especially when it comes to some of the changes that we're going to face in New Zealand, and the amount of data that's coming in. We need good ways to organise that data. So yeah, privacy, bias, accountability is my big three things, and good work, Joe, for bringing this to the table.
Councillor Karakia. Sorry, I should have had you second. Apologies.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Yeah, as the seconder, but that was probably a blessing in disguise, Madam Chair, because we've just heard from the two youngest members of this council. And now you're hearing from, I think, the oldest member. And that's me. Well, maybe I just get pipped by Councillor McKenzie. But what we've heard here with the previous two speakers, Councillor Davies and also Swiggs, is something that, if you put it into reo, erere huata kapuhia, which actually means make the most of every opportunity. And this is actually about the future. And what better way to do that is to have the future, the succession plans actually speaking on behalf of this motion. What I'm about actually is, and I'm the makeup of the working group, and I think one of the important things here is the fact that, first of all, we're already using it here at council, be it organically. And Councillor Swiggs actually mentioned careful consideration. And I think this is the real important task of the working group, because it's about policies and procedures. And this is the beauty of having a working group that can actually develop these and bring it back to council. But and then there is the arguments about how much power data centres and all that used. But I mean, as we continually go forward with our technology, I'm sure that's going to be mitigated somewhat. So obviously, as the seconder, to this motion. I want to congratulate Joe Davies actually for bringing it to council. And I obviously support it as the seconder, and I hope the rest of my colleagues that are going to speak on behalf of this find support in it as well. Kia ora.
Councillor Edge.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I'm supporting this too. And in fact, at a Nasala Tasik advisory group meeting on Monday, we were given a bit of an update on where our biosecurity staff are at in terms of the use of Geo IA. And they have a project, I think, underway at the moment in Duntroon, Otamatata, where they're searching for Nasala Tasik, high resolution flyover. That they have other things in their sites as well in terms of wilding pines, broom, gorse, all of those sorts of biosecurity issues that affect our productive landscape. And they use obviously satellite imagery. But and I think the benefit of this going forward in an operational, practical sense is joining up potentially with other groups like LINS and DOC, and having a combined resource in terms of the use of AI information. And in terms of that Duntroon project, the data is flown, and then it's Lincoln Analytics process it and do a bit of a property evaluation for it. So it's going to be a very useful tool and save a huge amount of time and is a very proactive tool. So hopefully our team, in fact, it would be useful, I think, as one of your introductory sessions to invite our biosecurity team to give a bit of a presentation about what's happening already in Environment Canterbury.
Thank you. So, Councillor Burns.
Thanks, Chair. I will be supporting this as well. I know you don't want everyone just to sit here and say, I support it too without a reason. I am slightly concerned, though, by the operational framework where the Chair will lead agenda development and will invite external speakers. I hope that is a little more democratic around that steering group. And in the words of Hal, someone has the ability to say, I'm sorry, Joe, I'm afraid I can't allow you to do that. The other concern that was raised, Councillor Karakia said he was concerned by the makeup of the working group. I said at the council meeting, when it came to AI and looking at that group of members proposed, it screams AI. So I don't think you need any concerns there. So again, I'm sure you will be prudent with what sounds a little amount of money, $20,000, but I think it's great. Well done.
Now I've got Councillor Ward online.
Yep. I'd just like to firstly congratulate Joe for bringing this to the council table. As a middle-aged councillor, I mean, I've always embraced new technology during my farming days, and I think that this is just the next step. It's here for all of us to accept this new technology and the challenge, and it's and our working group going forward. I have concerns about maybe as Councillor Swiggs raised about people finding out information that shouldn't be, but I still think that this going forward, that we need to support this working group and we need to embrace this technology, and I see it as an opportunity for all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And we've got Councillor Mackenzie.
Thanks, Vicky. When I think of AI, I think of the new technologies such as using sex semen, but that's probably inappropriate. Look, I relied on the late Chris Allen for my advice on all sorts of technological advice, and he did an RPS in 10 minutes using AI. which I thought was actually more intelligent than anything we were going to create, spending $35 million or whatever. So I'm a huge fan of artificial intelligence, even if I don't understand a word of it, and so I support this motion.
Councillor Robinson.
I support the idea of this because I also use AI, and I think it's really good for collating information that is already available in some sort of digestible order. However, I still can't justify setting up a group for this, and also the $20,000 that we really, if that was removed, maybe I'd consider it, but I don't think we should be using another $20,000 on something that is pretty much readily available anyway. Sure, if people want to get together ad hoc and talk about AI and sort things out, that's cool, but I don't think we need this whole process to put people together and spend $20,000 doing it. That's just my opinion, and I don't mean to be negative, but I just, at the moment, with everything going on and all the things we've got ahead of us, I don't think $20,000 spent on this is a wise move, but that's just me. I won't be supporting it.
And Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I do support this, and I genuinely support it. And I just have a couple of points in my professional life where I was when I first became an ambulance officer and a paramedic to where I am today. The uplift in technology of understanding of all the interventions as the world moves on. We constantly learn as a professional, and my expectation is that our staff within this building will be doing the same as professionals in their professional development and taking up the opportunities. So for me, it's not so much informing or advising our staff as to what they might do, because I absolutely believe as professionals they will be taking those opportunities. Maybe it is for us to present some of those opportunities. The challenge for me as a slightly older than middle-aged person is how do I apply these technologies, and how do I fully understand these technologies and thoughts and ideas that I can use them and be fully understanding of where the organisation takes it. So for me, if we spent up to $20,000, we're not saying we are spending, I think it's critically important that we all understand how we can utilise AI technologies, whether it's GP chat or whether it's biotech or a bunch of things. So for me, I want to fully understand a little more than I do today. And as my brain improves after previous events, this is something I really want to understand. So I really do support. Thank you.
Okay, so just so for I would say my bit, and then obviously go back to the mover for rounding up. So I'm totally recognise the significance and importance of AI, and I think the potential for increasing efficiencies is going to be enormous, particularly when we do use so much data. It's really obvious, and of course then the data security is really important as well. I think my slight concern, I do share concerns alongside Councillor Robinson, although it sounds like the 20 grand is if it's needed. My concern isn't so much actually spending money on bringing presenters in, but that it seems to only be okay for this working group or for a working group. But when we've had other presenters come in and I've asked if I can get travel expenses for them, that's a no-no because it's setting a precedent. So I'd like to understand more about when we can pay presenters and when we can't. That's really where, but that's something for us to figure out, I think, as an organisation, and what the differences are, because it would be useful to have advice in some other topics that actually we need to set up a working group in order to be able to bring in some of that expertise, whereas we can't do it if it's just through a committee. So that's where I'd like some further advice, but it's on a tangent really at this point. So I will be supporting this, and but I also hope that councillors who aren't on the working group officially will be welcome to actually observe as well. And I understand it will be done. This will be public meetings and publicly accessible. So because I think we can all learn from this. There's so much out there to know. Kia ora. Councillor Davies. You don't want to speak to it again. Okay, so we'll take the vote then. So all those in favour, please say aye. And those against?
Aye.
I think that was a late 4, I think, from Councillor Ward.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, and then an against from Councillor Robinson. So if we can, do you want that recorded?
And Councillor DJ.
Oh, and Councillor Diche against. Was that, sorry, Paul?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay. So 2 against. Do you want do you want that recorded? Yes. Okay. So record that. Thank you. Okay. Kia ora. So that's all done. Thank you. Yeah. Oh, so that's carried. And then, moving on then to item 8.2. So we have the planning programme update, and I believe we've got Andrew Parish and Lisa Jenkins coming to the table for this one.
Chair.
And we're going through a process of suspending standing orders. Councillor Scott, do you want to speak now, or do you want me to do that bit first and then?
I'd just like to foreshadow the fact that after the presentation, I'd like to put a procedural motion before the council. Thank you.
No, good. Thanks. Remember, you have mentioned that to me already, so that's good. Okay. So do we? Sorry. Hang on. Okay, just bear with me a moment. We just. Okay, so we're going to just bring up on the screen in a moment resolution. So we're suspending standing or some standing orders. So I'll just say the paragraph I've been given to make sure I get it correct. So I would like to suspend standing orders 21.2, time limits on speakers, 21.5, members may speak only once, and 21.6, limits on number of speakers to enable more discussion on this item. So we're just suspending standing orders so we can actually have a conversation when we come to the debate part, rather than it being that very formulaic one at a time, and not you can't come back and respond to somebody else's observation or comment. So that's the process we're just doing now. So can I have a move, or I can move this one. So I'll move to suspend.
Slight point of order, Madam Chair. Should we not do this at the end of the presentation, because the motion I'm about to put may make that just a moot point, really?
We could do that. I just took advice and went this way, but that's fine. We can do that. Let's do the presentation, and then in that case, and then we'll go through that route. Okay. Oh, okay. And we're struggling to get things online, so we'll just adjourn one moment. Okay, so we're gonna unadjourn. Is there reconvene? Is there a special process for that, or we're just here? We're here. We can get on with it. Cool. So we've got a workaround and have the presentation. Hopefully, all you guys online can see this now. Can you just confirm that that's okay and you can see?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Okay, so over to you, Andrew and Lisa. So give us a presentation. Thank you.
Kia ora, councillors. Lisa's going to run through the majority of the presentation today, but I just wanted to give a few opening remarks. We've had a planning program in the LTP for some time. The first stage of that was a regional policy statement, and as you know, last year we paused that in light of some of the government RMA changes that came through the phase 2 process. It kind of happened at the very end of that regional policy statement process, and we then devoted all of the team's effort into driving forward around the integrated plan. And, well, after we drafted the paper, but before this meeting today, the government further announced more changes to the Resource Management Act. What made me really proud was how close our initial presentation that we drafted for this meeting and how well our existing paper still held up after quite a dramatic change from central government. That doesn't mean we'd perfectly predicted exactly what central government was going to produce. We have made some small tweaks and changes to that presentation. But I also think I want to make sure that you understand that there is a bit of a disconnect between the drafting of the paper and the new legislation that has now been signalled for us. I think that as Lisa works through the presentation, keep in the back of your mind that developing a regulatory framework is not a fast process, that we need really good lead-in time as we start to build whatever framework fits with your direction that you provide us. It's not a 20-day process like a resource consent, and the consequences of what we do are 10-year consequences in terms of what that framework looks like. I think the final point is that we've probably pre-signalled some of the things that we're going to talk about today to you in some of the work that we talked about on the Waitaki work, because we are trying very hard as a planning unit to look right across the region with some consistency to make sure that we're treating all of the different parts of the region the same way as we look at our planning work program. Without too much ado, though, I am going to pass across to Lisa for her to run through the presentation. And I think we're going to have to say next slide because of the technology situation. All good, mate.
Kia ora. So just a framing of the presentation. I guess the paper and the presentation talks about the work program that's been sort of set out through the long-term plan and some additional decisions that have been made by council since the long-term plan. So that's kind of what's reflected in the paper, particularly. Sorry, jump to the next one. Thanks, Ollie. Just wanted to sort of recap on this work program. We're actually in the middle of what was started as about an 8-year work program in 2020. When the Essential Freshwater Package came in 2020, that drove us to come to council and say, well, actually we're being asked to do some reprioritisation within our planning framework, and to do that using a process similar to what we'd undergone through the CWMS, except to compress that into a 4-year period. And we started with the regional policy statement. About 2 years into that, we realised that achieving that full reset of priorities under the Essential Freshwater Package was going to be impossible in the time that we had available to us. So we looked really closely at the program and said, what's the bit that's going to be enduring out the end of this? And we focused in on the regional policy statement, because we knew that the outcomes that we would set in the regional policy statement would be the things that are enduring, regardless of where legislation shifted and regardless of where the policy shifts. We know that once we understand what the community really wants out the end of it, that's the thing that will endure for us as a region. There's ongoing resource management reform, and I say it's ongoing because it's been continuing for a number of years. What we've heard in the last couple of weeks is another step along that path, and I don't think that there's too many surprises in it for us. We've been hearing the same thing from successive governments around the resource management system. There's been challenges put to the planning profession from successive governments around the resource management taking too long, being too expensive, and not necessarily getting the outcomes that people are looking for. And so it's probably time now to, I guess, what we've sort of done is not reshaped the entire program, but looking at a prioritisation within the program to make sure that what we're doing over the next 4 years is setting our plan framework up to be responsive to change as it keeps coming, and to put our framework in the best, I guess, order, so that we can continue to focus on delivering outcomes rather than relitigating what those outcomes should be on a continual basis. So really looking at how we can deliver those outcomes much more effectively and much more efficiently. Thank you, Ollie. So the plan framework at the moment really feeds in across our core services. It has implications for public transport in the way that we integrate land use and infrastructure. It has implications for preparedness to hazards in the way that we identify where development should occur. And it has huge impacts on our environmental regulation and protection. It's the plan framework which is the driving force behind our regulatory system. And I mean, that it's what sets the rules. That's what gives us the things that we need to implement. So next slide, thanks, Ollie. Our current plan framework looks a bit like this. We've got some national direction. We've got a regional policy statement, and then we've got 7 regional plans and 10 district plans. And in amongst those 7 regional plans, there's also a bunch of sub-regionals as well, which kind of create an inconsistent plan framework across the region. Thanks, Ollie. Where the work program was heading was to bring those 7 regional plans together into an integrated regional plan. Where we take those kind of the environmental domains and try and form some consistency and streamline that planning framework into an integrated plan that looks at the environment in a kia way, managing effects from mountains to the sea. So next slide, thanks, Ollie. This is where the blueprint for the RM reforms is pointing us to now, which is to have a single plan for the region. And in that single plan for the region, there would be a spatial plan chapter. A spatial plan chapter would take the integration of land use and infrastructure parts out of the regional policy statement and identify that as a spatial concept. Could also identify things like constraints. So, where's the significant biodiversity? Where are the outstanding landscapes? Where are the other values that we want to protect? To identify those so that we can then also map opportunities. Where is a good place for development? Where is what sort of activities would suit this area well? There'd also be there'd also be a chapter on natural resources, and that's really where the work that we're doing consolidating our regional plans would fit into a natural resources and environment chapter. And then, of course, there's a chapter per district plan as well, which looks at the sort of land uses. Probably next slide now. Thanks, Ollie. Yep. In doing this, we're also wanting to really prioritise our effort. So we've got 4 years. We can't change the whole world in 4 years. We want to really focus any kind of policy shifts or system changes on things where we're going to get better bang for buck. So where we will improve our ability to implement, where we will get better outcomes at less cost, where we will overcome some of the barriers that we currently have to good implementation and achieving those outcomes in our plans. Next slide.
Could we just go back to that slide, Ollie, just for a second? I think that one of the drivers that Lisa's spoken about is around the legislative change, and that's a program that's gone on over successive governments around the Resource Management Act. There's an important point on this slide in terms of that graph. That graph explains our resource consent renewal program. So how many consents are going to come in over the next little while and want to be renewed? The consent's expired and the applicant needs to get a new consent. The tallest bar that you see on that graph is 2030. There's a really important business reason for looking at simplifying and streamlining our existing resource management framework, and that's to enable us to avoid any sort of conflagration or build-up of consents in our system over time. So there is a real focus that we have in terms of making sure that as a business, our regulatory program can achieve the processing of consents in a time frame that's appropriate for our community. And we really do have our eyes on that tallest bar on that graph, that 2030 bar, because if we don't notify a new framework by 2028, then there's not a way of us being able to grapple with that in an efficient and streamlined way. Next slide, Ollie. Sorry.
Okay, so this is really just looking at the opportunities that the current work program is delivering. So really focusing in on outcomes, removing those barriers to implementation and making sure that we're actually doing what the plans are intended to do. We really want to reduce plan complexity for that reason that Andrew just outlined around making sure that consenting is much less painful for our community and for us. We want to look at removing duplication, so we're kind of holding people to the same sort of requirements, and improve understanding of what the plan actually is trying to achieve. Also increasing regional consistency, again, holding people to the same bar. So that's not necessarily everyone is achieving the same outcome, but that means, if somebody's working to GMP in the Hines catchment, it's the same kind of GMP that somebody's working to within the Waimakariri or in the South Coastal Canterbury. An integrated plan framework is important, and having the policy settings right so that we are looking at the environment in an integrated way is going to be particularly important when we've got two pieces of legislation coming in, one saying look at the built environment and the other one saying look at the natural environment, and put them together in the same plan. We want to make sure that that what we're doing in the natural environment is really focused on achieving outcomes all the way down the catchment, mountains to sea. And finally, digital enablement. There's huge opportunity to be more efficient in our processes and having better data management and having that talk to the plan so that what we're getting out of consenting processes and monitoring and compliance actually feeds into that regulatory cycle so that next time we need to do a Section 35 report or next time we want to relook at the policy settings or relook at the limits and targets within that plan, we've got a really clear set of data that speaks to the outcomes that we're trying to achieve, and we can follow the outcome through to the action, through to the what's actually happening on the ground and what's happening in the environment, so that we can really understand if we're being effective or efficient in delivering our plan outcomes. I haven't spoken much to the actual paper in this. It was more sort of context setting. But the paper does set out some next steps. And I just wanted to outline that there's some additional steps as well as what are in the paper and in the recommendations. So tomorrow there will be a discussion with Council around understanding what those RM reforms look like and the risks and implications for the planning program in that. There'll be some updates coming in May on Plan Change 8 and on the Section 35 work which is underway. The Section 35 work being a review of the efficiency and effectiveness of the plan framework. There'll be an update in June on our district plan liaison work. So that's the work that the other planning team is really focused on. So working with our TAs. And then we've got some further briefings on the plan development program coming in July and August. So in July we really want to look at what the scope of the regional plan review will be. So that will be looking at where do we think there needs to be policy shift, where there needs to be system shift, and where there needs to be administrative shift. So that's just sticking it into a new format. In August, we'll come to you and talk about phasing for the coastal plan review. So what might be good to progress in targeted plan changes versus what are sort of longer burn issues that would sit better in the sort of regional plan, in the full regional plan review. And then in late 2025, we'll come back to you with an issues and options discussion paper that will be for those targeted coastal plan changes. That's me.
Thank you. So firstly, I've got a question from Councillor Mackenzie.
Yeah, thank you, Vicky. Last week, you assured us that the Ashburton River Plan was part of the Section 35 reviews, and yet you've got a whole lot of list of different river plans here in your paper, which doesn't mention the Ashburton River Plan. I guess I'm just looking for assurance as to that it is included specifically, even though the Waitaki and the Waimak and the Waipara and the Huranui and are all specifically mentioned, but the Ashburton isn't.
The Ashburton plan is contained within the land and water plan, so it's a chapter of that land and water plan. So it's there. It's just hidden as a sub-regional chapter to the land and water plan.
There's 500,000 people who use Lake Hood on an annual basis who don't want anything hidden. They want it out there in front. So,
yes. Councillor Swiggs.
Kia ora, thanks for the presentation. I just wanted to check in the resolutions, resolution number 3, notes staff will continue to develop the evidence base for the integrated regional plan, Plan Change 8 and the Waitaki catchment plan. I just wanted to make sure that last week you mentioned that there was no presumption of a plan to be done for the Waitaki catchment, but I just want to make sure that there's still no presumption that a plan is where this Section 35 is going to go. Just don't want us to muddle words and resolutions to make sure that we're all on the same page.
Yeah, that's a really fair comment. There is no presumption for a Waitaki plan, but there has been pressure on this council for a Waitaki plan. I take your point that the wording should have been more precise there, Councillor Swiggs.
So if you're saying that the wording might need to be more precise, we might need to, or you might need to recommend potentially changing the wording within that resolution, because we are going to pass it at some stage if the council goes down that track.
Okay, I've got Councillor Edge.
Thanks for this presentation, and thanks for the sort of the framework ideas where we've come from. I'm looking at the page 7. The diagram on page 7, the plan framework for 2028. Can you bring that up? Oh, slide 7, that one. Yep. Just a bit unclear about the spatial plan chapter and the seeming separation between the natural resources environment chapter, and then we've got a whole 10 district plan chapters. And I'm thinking about the responsibilities under the district plan chapters. And in terms of, we talked about in terms of consistency across the region of various plans, do you envisage that the framework that we develop will be a way of ensuring that any plans produced by the district councils will be similarly consistent with each other across the board, and that there's a really strong connection with the regional plan?
I think the thing that's going to keep district plans consistent across their range is going to be that national direction. Like the blueprint suggests that it's going to be quite prescriptive in sort of the types of zones that they can use and the types of regulation that can be included in those plans. So I think that consistency would be driven as much out of the national direction as out of the spatial plan chapter as well. So this is the spatial plan chapter that will kind of tie the natural resources and district plan chapters together.
Right, okay, that's probably what I was getting at, that the natural resources environmental component of a district plan will really closely align. I'm thinking of data information, that it's geophysical information is consistent across, and the interpretation of that is also translated. So I suppose it begs the question, does the responsibilities of the district councils have a narrower focus, and that the biophysical realm, if you like, on the blue bubbles becomes a primary function of the regional spatial plan?
That's what the blueprint suggests. I guess the detail of that is still to be seen.
Maybe I could also add in there, at least in my head, a lot of the work that you did as a council around the regional policy statement, and Councillor Edge, and a lot of it came from your prompting, had quite a spatial basis that sat behind it. But because of the way the current RMA is structured, that has to be drafted in a narrative form. So we have quite a lot of spatial information to help build a spatial chapter because we just did it through the regional policy statement process. The second part is over that time that we were working on a regional policy statement, many of our TAs, but the Greater Christchurch Partnership is one that we've had really, really close hands on, has been building a Greater Christchurch spatial plan. There's so much commonality between those two documents. You know, when the Greater Christchurch Partnership was thinking about how do we put people in the right place, we, as part of the regional policy statement work, were looking at investigating airport noise contours. You know, those two things kind of really are a good example of how the RPS work, the regional policy statement work, and the wider work with the district councils on spatial planning has a real common basis that, while we don't entirely know how we're going to pull those things together, we're in a much, much better place than having a blank sheet of paper right now.
Thanks for that, Andrew. I think it's good, and I'm looking forward to future development of the work. But I'm supportive of. Just two queries on the resolutions. 2.3. Will that involve our N3? Will that involve an assessment of the current state? You said section 35. Does that also update current state information, or do we arrive at a state of the environment kind of comment as part of your investigation?
Yes, so the current state information will help inform those issues and options. Yeah.
Councillor Robinson.
Thanks for bringing this forward. Thank you. With regards to the targeted changes to the Coastal Environment Plan, there's sort of a wee bit of conflicting information between page 29 of the agenda and the targeted changes occurring by 2026. It just feels very late for issues and options to be brought to us for a discussion paper at the end of the year, considering it's the end of triennium and we can't really make any decisions based on that. It just concerns me that it's a wee bit late in the piece. Earlier discussions on this, June, July was sort of brought to us and discussed, but now it's towards the end of this year. I just thought, is there any chance that potentially issues and options could be brought to us sooner than that?
In August, the scope of what those issues and options that would be progressed through the targeted changes is what would be brought to you. So you'd have the opportunity then to direct where the issues and the issues that we address through the targeted changes versus what goes into the full review. I guess without that direction and without the evidence base sitting behind that scoping work, we aren't really in a position to be able to bring forward the issues and options discussion paper. I guess we're working on getting the evidence base available so that we can develop that stuff, which as was agreed, I think, with the council.
Just for clarity, I wouldn't mind some clarity from perhaps staff as to what stage in our triennium are we unable to discuss and vote on things, because this is quite important, as everyone knows, to some of the work I've been doing. And if I'm unable to contribute or vote, or others are unable to contribute and vote at a certain point, I'd like to know when that is. And that would be, anyway, we can... on the record, please.
Just to say, that question has been raised actually in the last week or two around what the rules are around when councils sort of go into sort of quiet mode, and so that would be helpful. I understand that will be getting to us, but it would be useful to have that sooner than later so that we can understand how that may or may not play into the things that are being brought to us at the moment. So that's a governance discussion.
I was just going to say, the other aspect of that is when staff will actually have information ready that is where decision making needs to be made, and I think that's what Lisa was just referring to.
Okay, so Councillor East.
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. On your plan framework 2028, back a couple of slides, why is the Waitaki catchment plan sitting aside all the others?
So you'll recall through the regional policy statement development, there was some strong guidance from Turuputuia and this council to investigate having a separate planning framework for the Waitaki catchment, or treating the Waitaki catchment as a single hydrological unit. That work, that investigation work, is underway, and that is why there is a Section 35 being done on the Waitaki. And that's why you're kind of getting reports on what's happening on the Waitaki plan, or the Waitaki planning process. And there's some work going on with the Otago Regional Council and with Mana Whenua around that Waitaki catchment. Where that ultimately ends up is a question of whether legislation kind of lands it.
So is that getting priority over the other six?
Absolutely not. A key piece of work that we've been doing is going, what's working and not what's not working with our plan framework. The Waitaki is unique because its geographic area spans both our region and ORC's region. The Waitaki is unique because the three Southern Runanga approached us and you as a council agreed to that investigation. In terms of the resource management issues and the way that we solve those resource management issues, the tools we have in our toolbox, those tools are actually, as far as I'm aware, identical within the Waitaki catchment as across the rest of the region. Some of that information will get drawn out through our Section 35 work, and then it'll be up to you as a council as to how you take that forward. At the moment, it looks very difficult to have a standalone plan for the Waitaki, but that's something that we've communicated to you, and we are in the process of investigating. If you did want to have that as a choice, what would you need to do to progress a standalone plan? We do note that the legislative framework that this government has put forward indicates one plan for the region. I would also note, though, that in the last term of government, they were also pointing in their RMA reform program to one plan for each region. To me, ultimately, it will be up to you as a council as to whether you advocate for some form of legislative reform to have a standalone plan, or whether you focus on one plan for the whole region. We as staff have not made that choice yet. We're merely reflecting the feedback from Te Rauputuia there.
Thank you. And secondly, I suppose in some respects it's an element of frustration that I have with the timelines. Here we are talking about plan frameworks for 2028. By the time we get there, we damn near have to start again. It's going to be, if we were in private enterprise, sort of taking 4 years to get to a point, you'd be out of business in a hurry. And I sort of look at things like, and I think it was raised by another member earlier, an issues and options plan we're going to have to wait another year for that. So I just get a little frustrated at the time that it takes us in this organisation to actually get to a position where we are moving forward. I appreciate this local government process, but I'd like to see
sorry,
it be
David,
a little bit
can
more
I,
nimble in our...
Sorry, David, can I ask, is there a question coming? Because otherwise this sounds to me more like something you might want to put into the discussion.
Well, I'm just asking, can we be a little more nimble in our approach to these things?
The way that we've scoped this work program is to look at the whole region, to look right across our planning frameworks in terms of that Section 35 work. And I admit that does take time. But I'd just like to reiterate Councillor Mackenzie's point. Are you looking at the Ashburton catchment? Have you committed to looking at Lake Hood? And yes, we have. In saying that, I do only have a workforce of a certain size and a region of a certain size. So we scope the work program based on the number of people that we have within the team, based on the feedback from councillors, make sure you do a good deep dive, and that's where the cards fell. I'm very happy, Councillor East, if you want to put more resource into finding out what's wrong with the planning framework, to commit to a faster program of work. The flip side is if we do need to stick within our existing budgets, then the time it's going to take to do that Section 35 work, realistically, is by the end of the year, given the 2.5 staff I have working on that at the moment.
Thank you. Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, through your chair. Just two questions, I guess. One might be a comment. Can you just remind me what the district plan liaison staff are doing? What's that work program at the moment? I think we have had a briefing on it in the Waimakaberi, but
yeah, the Timaru District Council is in the middle of reviewing their district plan at the moment. We're at the very tail end of some appeal work in the Mackenzie Basin. We're still working alongside Selwyn and Waimakariri with the work that they're doing. We have some specific pieces of natural hazards work that we're doing in Kaikoura. But Councillor Mackay, as of the announcement that happened a few days ago, one of the things that the team hasn't started doing, but is in my head absolutely urgent, is going as local government in Waitaha and Canterbury. We've done a lot of work, the RPS, the spatial planning work that that the districts are doing, some of it that we've been involved in. Let's make sure that we've got a compendium of all of that work, because we don't want to duplicate that work. We want to use that work to feed into the next slide after this one, that spatial planning chapter.
thank you. That's probably where I was coming from, making sure we don't waste our resource. Look, I think the opportunity slide that you put up was pretty good, and I quite like the thinking of that. I guess I'm having a little bit of difficulty. Well, the question I've got really is around the wording in 2.2, where you're going to look at the options and issues when you've got them sorted, and hopefully probably bring them back in August 25 for a decision around whether we take them separately or take them as part of an integrated plan. Are you anticipating that there would be some of the financial benefits of either or there, or one or the other? I know we've got some stuff in our long-term plan, and I think to do the coastal targeted changes as they were was around 3 million or something like that. But there would possibly be some opportunities given the direction from central government and a switch-on date potentially of 2027 that we do this all in one foul sweep. So is that likely to come back as part of the information in August?
The choice of where we go will be yours as a council. I think we've been consistent in terms of the planning advice that you've received, that one document for the region is where the national direction's been pointing to, but also is the most efficient way of doing this. If there are individual reasons, site-specific reasons, and there was a notice of motion around the coastal plan, there were the 3 southern runanga in the case of the Waitaki plan. If there are those things that have a political element, we're absolutely happy to be agile around it. But the staff advice is that doing this once and doing it as well as we can is the right way of doing it. And I don't believe I've changed on that view through quite some many years now of advising you.
Can I just a question on that 2.2 recommendation, just to clarify that my understanding of what it's saying is the same. So, and there's a sort of linearity, there's a linearity to what's in there. So 2.1 is identifying, building an evidence base, out of which you will identify issues that then need some resolution. And so 2.2 is about saying, well, through 2.1, we found some issues. And so when you say progress issues, so identify options to progress issues, so what you're talking about there is actually looking at options to resolve issues. Just being, so it's very specifically that one. Okay. And then it moves on through. Great. Thank you. Okay. So I think we've got all the questions answered. So staff can step back from the table. Thank you for your presentation. And just I'll say at this point, we do have tomorrow a workshop that we'll be looking into the expert advisory group report that's been produced on resource management reform. The workshop's at 1:15 tomorrow afternoon, and that'll be online, and it's a public meeting. So if anyone online is interested, then that's there. And that also, just for us now in having this discussion in many ways, will be more well informed through that process tomorrow as well. But we are going to suspend the standing orders so that we can have... Councillor Scott would like to...
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'd just like to bring a procedural motion under Standing Orders 25.2D and 25.2D look to adjourn any further discussion on this paper and leave this paper on the table. Now, the reasons for that, I have various reasons for that. But, one of the things that Andrew said when he was speaking, he was proud on getting this paper close to what the EAG came up with last week. And I don't think close is good enough, Andrew, in my mind. And Andrew, you've reiterated time and time again, things change all the time. And it's that factor that we don't know that concerns me greatly. Things will shift, and they will shift again. This is not a concerning. It's a will happen, because the devil of this, as everyone has said, including the EAG panel and the minister, the devil is in the detail of where this is heading for us. These RMA changes are going to affect us considerably across this Environment Canterbury function across the region. So there's a lot of stuff here that will change our function. I can see it changing our function. Most of our planning framework, in my opinion, is, and as I said, it's a Bush opinion, is likely to be affected, and that concerns me because we need more information on that. Things that worry me a bit about this are the national policy direction of the two acts that have to be put together, and things have to be nationally consistent, but decisions need to be at a local level, delivered by local people. It's unfortunate, I think, in my mind, that this meeting isn't after tomorrow's presentation. This paper was written before the RME changes were made, and I think you've done a pretty good job, actually, Andrew, of doing this presentation this morning. But in my mind, I think that we should suspend this. I don't know where it would go after this, but I'm moving that we adjourn this discussion to a more appropriate time once we've got more information. Need a seconder.
Okay, so Councillor Karakia, you want to speak to this?
Kia ora, Madam Chair.
Sorry,
I'd like-
I need a seconder.
I'd like to second
Is that
it.
your right?
Okay, I'll second it. This motion that's been put forward. Look, I feel exactly the same and Councillor Scott has articulated it really well. I actually feel the same around the treaty principles paper as well, because all of what Councillor Scott is saying is that we don't really know, exactly how this is going to pan out. We can kind of philosophise, we can do a lot of things, but until we're actually really clear on what's happening here, I think that we're kind of batting at shadows. So that is the reason why I'm seconding this, and then I'll probably take it through to when we talk about the treaty principles paper.
Now, so my question would be, what's the implication if we park this now? Do staff still have sort of direction and times that they're working towards from previous decisions that we've made, which I think this is just essentially emphasising? I'll just finish my question, and then you can perhaps, you might have the answer, but I haven't finished my question yet. So yeah, just that's my I suppose my question is, do staff have the necessary leeway to continue on track, keep on track? You can answer. Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. So, no implications for staff work programs.
So, sorry, Councillor Scott, you wanted to respond to that, and it sounds like a question to the...
Yes, I do, Chair. Look, I'm not trying to be obstructive here. All I'm trying to do is gain more information for us through the presentation that you make tomorrow. The thing I don't understand here, and we'll probably need to get some opinion from maybe Robin or governance, is if we did this, where would the paper surface again? Could we put it to the next council meeting, which would be quicker than coming back to this meeting? Because essentially by that time we should have more information and be more sure of ourselves in terms of what we do. And some of the questions that were asked this morning could be answered, actually.
Yeah, so just on that, obviously this meeting, the next one would be in 1 month, so it's not actually that far away anyway. And I guess it depends on what's on the agenda. So I know our last council meeting was absolutely jam-packed, so just making sure we have the time to discuss, which is what we were trying to achieve this time. But I don't think 4 weeks is a game changer. Councillor Robinson, you have a question?
With regard to other types of risk for developing, options, and according, would there be delays in the options brought to us, and related voting or that type of thing before, would that push the program out or our options out for dates?
Yes, Catherine.
Okay.
No, staff will keep working. The work program will continue while the recommendations ask you to endorse it. The work program is continuing.
In the LTP,
it's in the long-term plan.
The long-term plan work program. That's the guidance that you've given us as staff.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry, got Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I support the motion of Councillor Scott. I think the conversation tomorrow will better inform us as to where we are travelling. Whether we support this paper today or not, I think is irrelevant. As was stated, the work continues. I want a greater understanding of what the future looks like. So I think time is on our side to do that. So, support the motion.
So I've got Councillor Ward online.
I'd just like to support the motion as well. I think, as everyone else alluded to, we need more time, and we need to make some be subject to some more information going forward before we bring this one back to the table.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. I've got Councillor Burns.
Kia ora, thanks, Chair. Surely the average ratepayer that's watching this would go, why bother with anything? We're literally spending millions of dollars, and if we haven't deferred it, stalled it, bridged it, whatever it may be. I just can't believe how ineffectual this table is because of the deliberate sort of blocks and things. I'm only, thank goodness, staff can continue on with what they're doing, but God, we look ridiculous in my mind, and the average ratepayer should be looking at people and going, what's going on? And if we have to vote to stall this, can we division it too? Thank you.
Hang on, can we settle down? Settling down, please. Thank you. I've got Councillor Edge next.
Peter Trollope was right.
Yeah, I don't really support the motion either. I think that this paper is very good because it's giving our staff the opportunity to carry on, even though it's said that they will carry on, because it's really about this idea of a compendium. I think the resource data compendium, and it's making sure that we've done some research on those Section 38. So it's gathering information, working out some issues, and regardless of what the changes are in the RMA, we're still going to need that information. And I think it is more about once we have that information, having a look at the RMA changes and saying, how do we apply that information in a different way if that's required? But it would be an awful shame if we had to sort of stop some of these things in terms of the dates, because things just keep pushing back. And we don't have a lot of time to get on with this in terms of this particular council. Yeah, I'm not going to support the slowing down of this. Whatever we talk about tomorrow, I don't think it's going to change the content of this paper. Yeah, that's all I've got to say. So I'm not going to support the motion, and I'd like to support the recommendations in the paper.
So Councillor Chair Pauling.
Kia ora, Vicky. Yeah, I don't support laying this aside. I think while things are changing quite fluidly, because even the information that we're receiving today and tomorrow has changed from what I saw last week, to be honest. And I can see that there's going to be more changes ahead until we see a bill later in the year, which might be about October, November, December or something, around how this actually looks. We're not going to know. But what I do know is that when I look at the pictures that I've seen, the few pictures that people have written based on the EAG report, you still need to have some rules in the coastal environment and information to support those rules. So in the natural resources environment chapter of a new single plan for the region and a spatial plan chapter, I think that's relevant. So yeah, and as staff have said, it doesn't halt the work. So I don't really see the point in laying it aside, to be honest. I see it's better to give staff the endorsement to carry on, to support that, knowing that there'll be another decision at our next council meeting or the next strategy and policy meeting once we know more. So that's where I sit.
Thank you. Councillor East.
I spoke a few moments ago about concerns around timelines around this process, and it's a pity in some respects that we have this paper before us today when tomorrow we're getting a briefing on the implications of the Central Government Resource Management Act reforms. So I'm totally supportive of this motion here. I think we need to know where government is going, what the implications are for the Resource Management Act, what the implications are for our work program, and I think it's foolish to sort of press on before we actually are in full command of what's happening nationally. So I think from all of those points of view, it makes good sense to actually pause this. I'm not saying we pause it indefinitely. Maybe it comes back on the table at the next strategy and planning meeting. But I think we need to give ourselves the time to be briefed on proposed Resource Management Act reforms and be in a position to make a well-informed decision going forward. And at this particular stage in time, I do not think that we're anywhere near that. So I will be supporting this motion.
Councillor Cranwell online.
Kia ora tātou. As this is a new motion, can I ask through the chair, ask Andrew a question?
Yeah, certainly. You can. Thank you.
So Andrew, with the paper tomorrow and implications RMA, you said earlier that you just about got this paper right and you were quite happy with it. So it's quite easy just to whatever we talk about tomorrow, just build into what the motions that we have on this paper anyway.
I think, Councillor Cranwell, there's certainly going to be some discussion tomorrow around the implications of the planning program. I'm not sure whether you'll get down to this level of detail, but if you do, we're absolutely happy as a planning unit to be agile. We have to be, because things are changing at a legislative basis, which is the foundation of the work we do. I hope I've answered your question.
Yeah, one word you said there, Andrew, was agile. That's probably what I wanted to hear. Knowing that, even though there is changes, that we can move quickly, agile, as you said, to move with what the current government's doing it. Therefore, I'll vote against this motion. Kia ora.
Sorry, Andrew, if you want to just stay 1 second, because I've got a question while you're there. I'll ask you directly. My question is, if we pass the motions that were proposed in the paper, does that in any way limit or remove what might go into a subsequent paper once we've got more certainty around what the government is doing and through the workshop tomorrow? I mean, could we bring another paper next meeting that reconfigures things in light of what we then know?
I don't think so. Cheers. I think that ultimately, if you pass today's resolution and something happens, whether it's a legislative shock like this one might be, not that it might be a bad shock, it could be a good shock. There's just a lot we don't know yet. But there could be all kinds of other externalities that change that work program over time. This has happened to this council more times than I can count over the time I've been sitting here advising you. So in my head, if you pass today's motion, we can always change in the future. And the flip side is, if you don't pass today's motion, we're bound by the work program you set in the LTP in any event. So we'll keep on doing it until you direct us otherwise. I think that's the best advice I can give you, Chair.
Okay, so Councillor, thank you, Andrew. Councillor Swiggs.
Thanks, Andrew. Thanks, Chair. This really is a storm in a teacup. I just don't understand why we're even making this motion. I'm sorry, Councillor Scott. This, if you just read the top of this paper, it's a planning program update. It's looking backwards at what's going on, what's happened, and they're telling us what they're doing in the LTP work program that they're continuing on with. There's so much change going on, and you know what? This is what the trap that we are going to fall into with all the changes that are happening at the moment. If we keep debating about stopping stuff and not doing other things, unless the law changes, we actually just have to continue on with the work that we're doing. We're making ourselves look like idiots. We just need to get on with it. If we pass, apart from the wording in this, in the resolutions and the recommendation, the one that I've already highlighted, I don't see any issue with passing it, because next month, we're going to get another planning program update about maybe something else that's going on and a little bit more information. It's just a paper that's been put out here to tell us what's going on, where things are at, endorsing our forward work briefing schedule for May and July and August, so we can actually just get the staff get on with the work that we're doing. So I'm sorry, Councillor Scott, I can't support what you're saying here, because I do not see any reason why we can't just approve what we've approved today, get on with it, and keep going.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Mackay.
Thanks very much. Look, I have a lot of sympathy for the motion that's actually on the table, and that's because there is such uncertainty and things are changing quite quickly. So I have a degree of sympathy for that. But I do not see any problem. I'm very much in the same space as Councillor Wiggs. I don't see any problem with us passing the recommendations that are in the paper, given that the purpose is very, very clear there. Perhaps the word endorsing, I probably could have softened that. My suggestion would be if there was an interest from the table to put in an additional amendment to the recommendations, which does just note that we're getting further information tomorrow and that things might change in the future, and maybe that's a way forward. But I'm pretty much the same. I have some sympathy for the reasoning for the procedural motion being put up, but I think I can't see any reason why we wouldn't accept the current recommendations.
Okay, thank you. Well, I'll put this motion to the table. I'm very much in the camp of or you get to talk.
I need to write a reply to this because I'm disappointed bitterly in my colleague Swiggs saying that this is being nuisance-like in its value. The point that I'm trying to make here is this is a continuation of the LTP. From what we hear from you tomorrow and what we hear in the future, we may have to change that direction. And I see you nodding over there, Andrew, and so that's my point. My point is we're fiddling here while Rome is burning. The stuff that's happening. And when I'm trying to put this in front of the council, the best way I know possible, all I'm getting is being obstructed on this. Your fiduciary duty is to the ratepayers of Canterbury. That's what your duty is. It's a duty of care to them in the way you spend their dollars. And the way we're spending our dollars here is we're fiddling while Rome burns. We're saying, hey, it doesn't really matter. We can carry on with the work program. What I'm saying to you is the fact that if this changes significantly, we may have to go back and recant what we've done in our LTP. Our LTP is committed to, in this session, I'm not too sure how many dollars, maybe $5, $6, $7 million in this year, in this 1 year, Andrew? 10 million? I don't know what it is, but it's a lot of money. All I'm saying is we need to be aware of what's going on here. And some of the councillors sitting around the table are acting like emus. Thank you.
So I'm just wondering, though, because there were some questions in there for staff, like around how much budgets and things like that. Do you want those questions answered? Okay. And that's not important information for the rest of the table in terms of making decision on what's sitting here. No. Okay, that's fine. Okay. So I'm going to... yeah, this is the end of this bit of motion. And I forgot to say it, but yeah. So I think we all recognise where you're coming from, Peter. I don't think, or Councillor Scott, I hope you don't feel like you're being, shut down or not. We're thinking you're putting it for the wrong reasons, but anyways. So if everyone, I've got a mover and a seconder. So can all those in favour please say aye?
Aye.
And those against? Okay, so I think we're going to have to do division because I can't. Yeah, that was very evenly. So we'll do division.
So division, chair polling.
No, thanks.
Against. Councillor Mackay.
No.
Against. Councillor Ward online.
4.
4. Councillor Edge.
Against.
Councillor Southworth.
Against.
Councillor Karakia. Councillor Karakia. 4. Councillor Burns.
No.
Deputy Chair Swiggs.
No.
Councillor Diche online.
Against.
Councillor Robinson,
No.
Councillor Scott,
For.
Councillor Sunkel, Councillor Cranwell online,
Against.
Councillor East,
For.
Councillor Mackenzie. Did you? Yeah.
For.
Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Negative.
Against. Thank you.
Okay, so we've got 10 or 6 for and 10 against, so that motion is lost. So then we'll bring up the next, here we go, the next recommendations, or the original paper's recommendations. Councillor Swiggs, you'll note we've put the word potential. Oh, changing it. And we can suspend it after. Okay. So,
Happy to move.
Moving that one. Okay. I've got a seconder. Councillor Swiggs. Okay. Okay. So now we're going to suspend the standing orders. So we'll do this one. So I'll move this motion. So this is just.
Vicky, do we need to do that?
We might not need to now.
I don't
actually.
know if we need to.
Yeah, no,
I think
okay.
we've had a good-
I don't think. I think we've already had a bit of a discussion and concluded that actually it's basically a paper telling us that we're going to carry on as we already were. So there's not a lot of discussion. We'll save that for tomorrow. Good point. Well made. So does anyone hands up? No, Chair Pauling. Sorry, you want to?
I'm happy to speak
open?
at the end if anyone else is going to speak.
Councillor Swiggs. Okay. So Councillor Edge.
Just briefly, supportive of these recommendations. I think it's really important that staff be able to carry on with a fairly big program of work to provide that investigation, research, update our data, and find out where, subject to future RMA changes, which direction we're going in. I really want to pick up on page 29 there down the bottom, item 20 and 21, where the development of the Land and Water Regional Plan and the review of the Canterbury Regional Policy Statement included significant community engagement processes that identified outcomes sought, including limits and targets. And as a result of those processes, there is a good understanding of the direction being sought by the community and where frustrations with the current planning framework lie. And I think that's really important. And just down the bottom there in 21, and for that reason, a strong focus of this plan review will be on delivering the outcomes already agreed by the community in a more efficient and effective way. And I kind of think with stuff that I've been involved with, 2 really big documents. We had a communications process called Have Your Say Canterbury. We had What's Our Future Canterbury. There are a multitude of zips and zippers where communities over a long period of time have asked for a certain way forward. And I think that the RPS process has delivered that in a way which can still be agile depending on what the changes are, but it's a good base document. It's a good direction for the health of Canterbury. Thank you.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Mackay.
Thank you. Look, I support the recommendations. I do just think there's one positive coming out of the silver lining. We have developed an RPS. Staff are suggesting that we focus on the outcomes that were developed in that, but of course that hasn't gone through a wide public consultation, so there's a degree of caution there So I'm probably not quite in the same enthusiastic space as Councillor Edge is around there. But I do acknowledge the sub-regional planning processes and the community decisions, and not throwing out the baby with the bathwater that was developed in those plans. So there is a slight, in my view, a silver lining to the pausing of the RPS, but it will be interesting to see how we go forward and use the outcomes that were developed at a high level anyway, by ourselves and partners, and building on some of that early consultation. Thank you.
Just to say something myself. So I feel like this is actually the government, all this change is actually coming at a good time in a way. It's as good a time as it could be in this gathering of information and compiling it into a report and reviewing, assessing what's gone before will stand whatever comes next in good stead. Like, that's a really fundamental, important piece of work. It's not like we're halfway through developing the actual plan and policies. And so, you know, if it was it's going to happen, it's a good time. So yeah, I fully support the recommendations in here. So Councillor Swiggs.
Thanks, Chair. This is, I'm slightly disappointed that the way that the discussion has ended up going, because I actually believed that if we just had this on the table, we will have had a really good discussion around what we've got today, but given a really good discussion because of all the staff that are listening about where this council potentially wanted to think for tomorrow, and especially moving into the next week where we've got the further work around the RMA reforms. And where, you know, there's two parts to this. We're focusing a lot at the moment on the work that needs to be done and the work programs that this council is doing. And then at some stage we're going to have to flip over to what does the form of the council look like, and the form of governance, and the form of local councils across the region, and how does that fit into the plan of RMA reform. So we really do need to nail down what the function looks like, the outcomes, and I'm really appreciative of the staff for telling us and giving us the updates that they are, that they're timely, they're constant, reminding us that we do have an LTP. At some stage very soon, we will have to come back to you and say, don't do that, don't do this. We need to be thinking about this, this and this. But we're not at that stage yet. We do not even know what the bills look like. Within the next 2 months, this council's opportunity is going to be in shaping how those bills work. There's a couple of pieces in that EAG report that are critical for us to have a say, to get into the ear of the people writing these bills and say, this is how it works here in Canterbury, this is how we think it should work, don't throw out this, don't throw out that. I'm not going to go into the specific details because I really don't understand it fully myself yet, because I'm still trying to understand. There's so much there. But the next 2 months are critical for this council, and we really do need the support of the staff in this organisation to make sure that we understand it so that we can do the advocacy, because there is massive changes coming. But I do appreciate the work that the staff have done here. I'll leave it at that. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councillor, now just bear in mind we've got 4 minutes until the past, but we can extend if need be. So, but Councillor Scott, you'd like to speak?
Yes, for the very reasons Councillor Swiggs just articulated, they are my concerns. My concerns are that we're keeping doing the things that we said we would do 12 months ago or 10 months ago when we did the LTP. Things have changed. We've been having a discussion. We should be having a discussion about what he just said, what about form looks like. Because I think form, we're under threat. We're under massive threat from this stuff. You take, the regional CME function of us, what do we look like? What are we going to do? Look after rivers? I mean, that's my point. My point is we're keeping doing the same thing and expecting the same results. If you're in a hole, first thing you've got to do is stop digging. Chair.
Okay, and Chair Pauling.
Kia ora.
Sorry, everyone suddenly put their hand up. We'd gone to the seconder. Anyway, sorry. So will the extend? Give me a second. Here we go. So I'll move this one. So we're just extending, and Councillor Mackay seconding. Do we need to do all those in favour? Yeah, please say aye. Okay, that's fine. So, Really? Okay, Councillor Scott's again. He wants to get to his lunch. Oh no, it's a different muse. This is just extending. Okay, take that back. So, I'm sorry, I got Councillor Sunkel would like to speak. Now he doesn't. Councillor was it Councillor Mackay? They did have somebody else. Oh, there's two that the other. Okay, Councillor East.
Yeah, you're a little quick on that vote there. I wanted to register my vote against that.
Against the extension.
No, that was
And Councillor Mackenzie. So you want to speak to the? Yeah, at the moment we've got a. Sorry, right. Let me sort this out. So we've done a resolution to extend the meeting because having thought that the seconder who had spoken and the chair was the last one on the list, suddenly multiple hands shot up. So I've extended the meeting so that we can spend another few minutes talking. So that's now done and that's carried. So now if we can bring up the resolutions that are being discussed now. So this is coming. Here we go. So here's our resolutions that we're discussing. So we're still now in debate. And so the Councillor Mackenzie would like to speak to this.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'm in Peter's position. I think we are our history with the work we've done so far, and if you talk to anybody in Ashburton, they'll tell you this, is that we haven't listened to our communities. This council, in many cases, is actually working against the zippers that came out of the Ashburton Zone Committee and Plan Change 2. And they feel as if the RM reforms that Peter is talking about and Dion was talking about are actually trying to listen to the voice of our community, which has been ignored. And so I think we need to sit back. We need to actually repurpose our discussions with our communities and where we're going to actually make some intelligent progress rather than this carry on regardless, and then we'll keep reforming. Because we did that with our RPS. We ignored the clear signals that came out of government and we wasted a whole lot of money. And I think that's unforgivable. And my community is saying, you know, where is the money we can save now by listening to central government and stopping this sort of inevitable march down the wrong track and then having to do a zigzag all the time to correct ourselves.
So anybody else to speak? No. So we've got Chair Pauling.
Thanks, Vicky. Yeah, I'm with Councillor Swiggs on this one. Look, I acknowledge what you've said, Peter, and I've acknowledged every time you've said it. And yes, things are changing, of course. But I do question what are you referring to when you mention Rome? Is that the environment and the ecology, our waterways, or is it Wellington, or is it people's financial livelihoods? I don't know, or maybe it's all of those things. So, but what I know is only fools rush in, and I know there's like so it seems to be an adversity to doing plans and stuff. I actually believe that you need a good plan before you go into a fire, because my friends that are in the fire service, they definitely are well trained. They have well coordinated plans before they enter things. They don't just rush in and try to save whatever they know. That, you know, there is a method to the madness, and I think that's what we need here. And this paper is extensively about coastal plan work, which in my reckoning, like I said earlier on, and whatever happens with the changes that are made by government to our resource management system, coastal rules and policies will need to be created by someone and something. And if we don't do this work now that our staff have put in, and I draw your attention to clause 15 in our paper, the work that's put there, if we don't do that work, then we leave the people that do have to pick that up in a very poor position. We have the resources to do it now. We have the expertise to do it now. So we should do it now. We don't wait and then leave someone in a worse position than what we're in right now. So that's why I think, read the paper. The paper says what we need to do. Back the work programs, and I heard all last week about backing our staff recommendations. This is it right here, and I agree with the change, and I think that's been really good that that's been put down about investigating the development of the plan, because we're not doing a plan, we're investigating it in terms of the Waitaki. So I just think about it, people. Yes, things are happening out there. We've got an emergency with our ecology. We've got high nitrates in our water. We need to fix those things, but it doesn't get fixed by putting our head in the sand. So you're accusing us of doing that. I say, and there is no right or reply from anyone else. I've got the last speaking order on this. And so we need to just get this work done so we don't leave people in a worse position. So that's why I support this.
Thank you. So we'll take a vote on this then. So all those in favour, please say aye. Aye. All those against? I've got an abstain. So do you want to have it was recorded? Yeah. So if we can record that, please. So got checking on numbers. So those against first, I've got councillors East, Mackenzie, Ward, Korako, Scott. Is there anyone else? East, Mackenzie, Ward, Korako, Scott. That was Councillor Ward. Is there anyone else not in that list who's also against and wants to be recorded? I've got East, Mackenzie, Ward, Korako, and Scott. Nope, that looks like a no. And then Councillor Sunkel abstaining, so he's getting to abstaining. So anyone else abstaining? Just Councillor Sunkel. Okay. So then that's 1, 2, 3, 6. So that leaves 10 in favour by my counting. So that's passed. Thank you. So then we're adjourning for lunch and we'll be back in at 5 past. Well, unless we can do, we could eat lunch quick and come back in at 1. No, I'm getting a rebellion. So 1:05. we're gonna. Kia ora. We're gonna start now. We've got pretty much everybody back at the table, and we're a minute over. Here we go. Here's Councillor East, so we're ready to go. So Oliver, are you good to put it? We're on.
Yes, it's good now.
Okay, so we're online now. So we're going to jump in now to item 8.3. So this is Strategy and Policy Committee Forward Work Programme Review, and Cecilia Ellis and Emma Davis are going to come to the table to speak to this report. Thank you. Thanks.
Good afternoon, councillors. So when the Strategy and Policy Committee was established in August last year, it was decided or the committee endorsed a forward work program in October, and the purpose of that was really to support the committee take a transparent, proactive and strategic approach to setting the agenda. And we gave a commitment then to regularly bring an update of the work program and give visibility to the work of the committee, what's been achieved, and looking ahead for the remainder of this triennium. So the purpose of this paper is to present you with the latest version of the committee's forward work program for your endorsement. It is very much based on the commitments in the long-term plan and the work that we know we've got planned around a number of strategies and policies. In saying that, I really want to acknowledge that obviously we're in a time of significant change, and so we're very much, the program needs to be agile. We've got a number of workshops and briefings coming up on key strategic issues to this council, and recognise that they will be incorporated. We're in an environment of significant change, but the program does give visibility to the work that we've currently got planned and in train. And I will leave it at that.
Do I have any questions? Councillor Edge?
Thanks, Emma. Just having just a question about the following strategies. I think on page 34, Environment Canterbury Land Strategy, and then on page 38 in your program, you've got it down as one session of endorsement of the land strategy. My query is, will we be having some informal briefings or workshops before that session?
Yes. Yes, it is intended that we will do a workshop. I can see Jessie there in the background. So do you want to come up and provide a bit more information on that, Jessie? Thank you.
My reason being concern about the briefings that we have had. I'm not convinced that the spatial planning aspect of Karakia Tai, for example, along involving our land along the Waimakariri River, is pretty focused just on Environment Canterbury land, and we haven't really had a picture of what other public land or the land value. So it's just how that land strategy for Environment Canterbury land fits into a bigger picture, and will that be coming to us?
Through you, Chair. Look, we're just working through some of the timeframes around meeting the deadlines that are in the paper. So working to try and have the land, well, obviously working through to get the Braided River Revival strategy landed. That's currently with our Runanga for feedback. And once that's landed, we've also got the land strategy and also the gravel management strategy. So the gravel management strategy is going through its process at the moment for public consultation. The land strategy, we will need to build in some briefings and time with council to bring you up to speed. So we recognise that it was quite some time ago that we came to council and spoke about the land strategy and the scope of that. But you've got to put it in the context of the Braided River overarching strategy, as well as also those the gravel management, and we've also been working on the forestry and parks elements of the land strategy as well. So there's a number of components there. We'll bring that through over the coming couple of months, and we'll give you some further deadline dates around that forward briefing schedule as well. So yeah, we can take on board some of that feedback and commentary as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone? Oh, Councillor Scott.
Yeah, this might be too broad a question to get a simplistic answer to, but again, continuing the theme of the last discussion we had, is any consideration at all been given to the implications that changes may have on our strategic value around compliance and enforcement and river resilience, those sorts of things? Because it seems to me there are some fundamental things there. I'm quite happy if you haven't got a specific answer to that, but those are my interest areas.
Through the chair, I don't have detail on when those conversations are intended to be brought to council, but they absolutely are recognised as really important strategic conversations that the council want to engage in, and that's why we've referenced them and given a update on those items as part of the paper. But we do need to do more work around those particular issues as we understand better the landscape.
Oh, you are, sorry, are you looking at me hard? I wasn't sure if I didn't see your hand up before, no. So Councillor Mackay.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I noticed that some initial thinking that we were having was going to have workshops around some of the strategies and policies of various things that people would have liked to have discussed, and you've carefully laid out why we might not be having them straight away. Given that some of the work is actually being looked at through other programs or mayoral forum and things like that, through partner forums. One of the issues that I'd like to put on the table and just get a sense from you is, because it was one of the things I was going to raise at those potential workshops that we were looking to have, was how could we actually develop some policy or look at getting some funding into our catchment groups. Part of the discussion this morning was around that we've already had previously was around how can we get some outcomes on the ground. We know there's some issues there that have to be resolved. We know there's a hell of a lot of uncertainty and a lot of water to go under the bridge, excuse the pun there, but around the RMA and what that might look like going forward. But we do have some opportunities with catchment groups which are continuing to proliferate and do some great work on the ground, but are really struggling for some funding, for example, for a facilitator or a strategic lead or something like that. And I think that part of our role here as Environment Canterbury is that we should be looking at how we could actually get some funding into those catchment groups. So where or how is the best way to have that discussion now that we've got this paper and it's not in here, other than an annual plan discussion, which is, we've got certainly a very tight fiscal envelope there, and it's like if you take from somewhere else, you're robbing Peter to pay Paul. So we are in a bit of a difficult space. So do staff have any thinking around that?
It's something Stephen's group is looking at. So the work is being looked at and being discussed as part of that. I think the other piece that will come in is there's a workshop around where the CWMS Zone Committee reviews got through as well. And I know Cam Smith and his team's been thinking about what that looks like and the richer picture of the groups involved. I don't know if that will have all the solutions, but it's certainly something that staff recognise and are actively thinking about.
Thank you. I guess that will be a discussion to come back for another day, because I think there would have been, there possibly is a view at this table that we could have sent some funding from CWMS reviews to somewhere else, but we don't know what that's going to look like either at the moment. So whether there's going to be funding available or not is very much still up in the air.
Okay. Anyone else? Any more questions? Oh, Councillor Swiggs.
Just in light of the conversations that we had in the last paper, is there an opportunity within this work program to to think about the RMA, our current work programs in light of the LTP, and any changes that we may need to start early signalling around work that we need to do to pivot. I hate that word. I know. To move into a different direction.
Absolutely, and we will cover that off some more at the briefing tomorrow at the RMA. Obviously, that's a really significant consideration in how we start to think and incorporate the signal changes into the various work programs. So I would just like to leave that for the discussion tomorrow.
That's cool. I appreciate that, but at some stage, I think we do need to have something on in a resolution that signals that we are thinking that way. And I'm not sure. Well, I'm just thinking in light of the last conversation about how to best have that, and I do think that this paper potentially is the place to do that, and there could be. I'm going to leave that into your guidance, but do you think it's worthwhile potentially just making a note of that in this paper resolutions, or shall we just leave it? I'll leave it up to your thoughts on that.
Okay. Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you. Just a follow up from Dion's question, and I guess mine is the same. And I would probably ask that question tomorrow. Since we won't discuss today is from the left of central government to the right of central government, everyone's looking at a regional spatial plan. So what do we need to do with that reasonable certainty, to start to bring some of this information together to inform that process, as maybe the other processes we have, and what might be required? But that's a question for tomorrow.
Yeah, in response to that, I just want to make the point that staff, we're very aware of that, and we have got some ideas that we're thinking about how we bring that back to council and look at that. So I think tomorrow will be a good opportunity to get that within the context of the information that we're going to present on the proposed changes.
Councillor Chair.
It's not actually a question. I'll wait till the debate.
Okay. So, yeah, just really, I think to clarify off the back of what Councillor Swiggs raised, this paper can stand alone, and then the response that we need and indicating a change of direction when we know what it needs to be and what staff are recommending, that will come through. So I didn't give a response specifically to the suggestion that maybe we need to put something else into the recommendations or add a note. So do you have an opinion on there? Because I'm looking at it and I've sort of have confidence that there are the relevant mechanisms and processes within council to make those papers come forward as and when they need to. And so we don't need to put something in here, but I'd be interested to know if you have a different opinion as staff.
Within the work program, we have got one of the sort of areas there is around emerging strategic issues and responding to government direction. So I would see us, within that stream of work, bringing back a paper, and that might be to our next committee meeting. So yeah, I think that would be the mechanism for it.
Thank you. And so, Councillor Swiggs, you want to?
I wrote some words. My goodness, English is not good. I wrote some words thinking about this, and I've further notes the importance of incorporating work related to the proposed changes to the Resource Management Act into the committee's forward work program to ensure the council can effectively respond to and plan for the implications of these reforms. At some point we need to have these in the resolutions of our committees and of our council, so that it is very public and very forward-facing that we are thinking about these things. So that's what I was thinking. I wrote those words down, but I don't know if I just wanted to get your professional guidance to see if you think that was useful.
I think that I think that sounds useful.
I'll forward them to Oliver.
Okay. So we can add that suggestion here. Sorry, just checking, Councillor Swiggs, your suggestion is to add that in as an additional additional recommendation as staff are in support at this point in the process, you can just pop that in and then it becomes the substantive motion, if that's the right term.
If the staff is supportive of it, then it would then it could become an amended staff resolution. Otherwise, I'd move it as an amendment.
The staff is supportive of that.
Okay, so if you can send that through and then we can get it up on the screen. So if we just adjourn a moment and we'll get that up on the screen and then we'll carry on. Yep. Okay, so that's all up on the screen, so you can see the additional amendment or additional recommendation that's now been made. So do I have a mover for that? So Councillor Swiggs and Councillor Sunkel second. So and then I go to debate. So Chair Pauling, did you? We'll go. I'll move her first. Sorry. So Councillor Swiggs.
The only thing I want to say is thank you for allowing me to add those words in, because I was thinking about it after the last paper, that I do believe that we should have some forward thinking about the changes that are upon us, and I think this is a tidy way to have it on the resolution trackers so that we can keep it front of mind. But also the other work that's going on within the work program, I just wanted to say thanks for the adaptability that you are displaying in the work that's going on, because I am struggling to fully comprehend the changes. I can't believe what it's like for the staff within the organisation at all levels to understand the changes that are coming upon us, and it is a shaky time for some people, especially with maybe what we might need to do in the near future around what we do and our functions and our forms and all that. But I do want to, from my perspective, want to make sure that there is continuation of the work that we are doing, so that people do know what they're up to, do have some a reason to come to work and to get on with the work that we are doing. So thanks.
Okay, so do you want to speak now?
Yes, I will, just very briefly. I think coming back to my comment there, to the left and right of us, there are things that we know that will be put in place. And so whilst we might disagree about minutiae and some of the stuff that we like and don't like, there are those things that I think absolutely we know will happen. So being able to focus on some of that work and focus our science and our research to further inform those conversations is important. So yeah, I think again for that resolution addition, I think it provides me with the confidence that we are looking to the future, not just looking at the status quo as we are. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Davies.
Madam Chair, I'll just draw the committee's attention to the waste management strategy, where David and I are meeting with the Joint Waste Committee on Monday. And last year in August, we worked with our staff here to proceed with an investigation through the committee around the waste data collection. So it may be the appropriate time now. I'm just putting out a signal now. It might be the appropriate time for David and I to meet again with our officers in the space and know what the next steps are this year.
Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Look, I support this. I think it's important piece of work in terms of consideration about where we're heading. But I also have concerns, as I may not have been too explicit about during today, but about the amount of money involved in what we're doing and if that's the correct amount of money. So I'd just like to say that I support this, but I think somewhere along the line within this building, and maybe it's Audit and Risk Committee, we need to understand some of those financial implications. I mean, it's a $236 million spend here outside public transport, or I might be wrong on that, 220 maybe. You know, that's $18 million, $18 million a month, so $4.5 million a week. It's considerable, and I think, from my point of view, anyway, where we are now at the sort of watershed moment, we need to have some urgency about considering where we're at. We shouldn't be worried about LTP considerations, because it's our job to make sure that we're doing the right thing. So support that, but I also will think seriously about the other bit.
Okay, and Chair Pauling.
Kia ora, and agree with everything people have said. Really support this work. Thanks, Vicky and Dion and the team for pulling this all together, and really support the additional note there. We just had a good discussion on the previous item. Made a comment last week at the start of our council meeting about this, the RMA reforms, and the importance of knowing that we still have a job to do right now. And like I said previously, we don't want to leave whoever may get the work in the future in a worse spot. So that's why I really agree with this work. I think the non-statutory response that we need to play in this space, and things like catchment collectives and other groups that are doing good work in implementation, that's really important, and I'm really keen to see what we can do in that space as well. Obviously, the CWMS review, Zone Committee review, is going on, and that should plan to land at the Mayoral Forum in May, with all the work that our staff and they're doing with the TAs and the runanga at the moment. So that will be in time for our ultimate annual plan discussions as well. So there might be some changes there around contestable funds and what that might look like going forward. And obviously the regional and spatial plan stuff that has been said through the RM update is critical as well. So there's a lot to do, and I agree. So I really commend the third recommendation there about us looking at that. And obviously our scenario work that we're doing, I feel that's going to put us in a good place as well to then be able to pivot when we get there towards our annual plan time, and then for that next 3 or 4 months before our election. So I just really think that's important. So the timing's right. So kia ora.
Thank you. So, Councillor Swiggs, did you want to say anything further? No. I'm sorry, I forgot to let staff know you could leave the table. Apologies for that. And we've done our debate. So, can I ask all those who are in favour, please say aye. Aye. Any against? No one. So that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on to item 9.1. So this is our resolution status report. So Catherine, you'll be introducing this one.
And I think it's relatively self-explanatory, so I'll take it as read and answer any questions. Thank you.
So do we have any questions today on the resolutions from previous committee meetings? We've only got one Amber, and we know that that's in train. So that's a no. Okay, so in that case, can I have a mover? I'll move Councillor Swiggs and I'll second it. So all those who are in favour, please say aye. Any against? No, so that's carried. Thank you. Okay, so now we're moving on to the central government updates. It's item 9.2. And I've got Cecilia Ellis coming to speak to this one. So welcome back, Cecilia.
Thank you, Chair. So, yes, I'll just take this paper as read, noting that there are no submissions to report back to the committee this month. And obviously, as you've heard today, you've got a briefing coming up tomorrow on the resource management reform, but also on the proposed wastewater standards as well, in terms of informing the development of the submission there. So I'll leave it there if there's any questions.
Do I have any questions? No? Okay, so we can leave the table. Thank you, Cecilia. So if we bring the recommendations up. That's okay, here we go. Okay, so can I have a mover? Oh, Councillor Swiggs again. He's paying attention today. And Councillor Sunkel seconding. So anyone, Councillor Swiggs, do you want to speak to this one?
All I really want to say to this one is another thank you. There's so much going on. It's not just the RM reform. There's so many other reforms and so many other government consultations that are coming up or happened, and there's been an immense amount of work that's gone on. And the people that are writing the submissions and all the advice that we're getting has been quite top notch. So I just wanted to really reiterate that and personally say thank you on. I have been very, very, what's the word I'm looking for here? Happy with the advice. So thank you.
Okay, Councillor Sunkel? No? Okay. And so for my part, just also to me, you can see how much there is in this paper 9.2. And I mean, every one of these meetings that we've had over the last few meetings has been a really long list of things we're responding to and submissions that we're making. And then if you look also back to the forward work programme, we've got a lot of work that's on our plate already as well, just trying to, make changes for the region that we need to make alongside all of the things that are coming through from government, which hopefully we can get things to change to make it easier for us to achieve those things. But anyway, yeah, so exactly the same really as Councillor Swiggs. There's a lot being done and a lot of work, and we think we all really appreciate that. So Councillor Swiggs, you won't have anything else to say now, so we can just, all those who are in favour, please say aye. Any against? No, so that's carried. Thank you. And so now we're to item 9.3, and this is the treaty clause review. And we have Tom Scott, who's Principal Strategy Advisor in TUIA team, and Terry coming to speak to us as well. So. Okay, so. And you've got a presentation to get. Oh, here we go. So we've got it straight up this time. That's good. Is that working? Here we are. Great. Thank you. So when you're ready.
Tēnā koutou katoa. I will let Tom do the substantive presentation shortly, but I think just in reflection of the papers that have come before us today, we are in a time of change, significant change. One of those pieces of change, in addition to RM form, and also included in this piece, is the treaty clause review. So this is the suite of acts that our coalition government has signalled an intention to review. Anywhere where the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi are referenced in those pieces of legislation. There are 28 pieces of legislation within the scope of the clause review, hence why we've brought this piece to you as an information piece and to kind of signal what we as staff have done in an initial analysis of those pieces of legislation and what those implications might be on your functions. So this is kind of a forward-looking piece to give you a staff advice and analysis in that space and how we might approach and attack that moving forwards over the next 6 to 12 months. So I will hand over to Tom to run through the presentation.
Kia ora koutou. As Terry has said, the New Zealand First and National Party coalition agreement are committed to reviewing all legislative enactments referencing the principles of Te Tiriti o Waitangi. In November last year, Cabinet took decisions on that and identified 28 enactments which are captured within the scope. So that's excluding treaty settlement legislation. Of those 28 pieces of legislation, a number of council's governing acts are captured, and the review aims to clarify legislative intent and reduce uncertainty regarding engagement obligations. I'll just note that the clauses in those governing enactments, and there's an appendices within your papers which sets those out, are inextricably linked with the council's functions and the kaitiakitanga and rangatiratanga goals and responsibilities of Ngāi Tahu. Through some ad hoc conversations, Papatipurunanga have identified and indicated to council staff that they have some concerns about the review. And up until quite recently, council has reaffirmed its commitment to its partnership through the LTP and more recently through the Treaty Principles Bill submission. It's been mentioned quite a number of times today. One of the pieces of legislation captured by this review is the Resource Management Act. Last week, the EAG advice recommended that the replacement enactments carried over Section 8 of the RMA into those enactments. Minister Bishop has since said that Cabinet has ruled out any generic treaty clauses within those enactments. I just ask that there's further discussion and briefing on this tomorrow, and this will be one of those matters considered. Just as a bit of a, general oversight, the current approach to treaty clauses in legislation nominally takes an operative clause approach. So similar to Section 8 of the RMA, those clauses use language such as give effect to the principles of te tiriti o Waitangi, take into account principles of te tiriti o Waitangi, or to not be inconsistent with the principles of te tiriti o Waitangi. The government has expressed a preference for descriptive clauses, and those descriptive clauses effectively codify compliance with the treaty, more or less by including clauses that would require administering bodies or councils to, for example, consult with iwi in different processes, or to form Māori advisory groups and take their advice. So because of all of this, and because what we have seen the government's approach be so far, staff anticipate, the following approaches to treaty clauses within these 28 enactments. So if I just run through them, that new legislation will exclude references to the principles of te tiriti o Waitangi. Existing legislation containing operative treaty clauses, so those are the take into account, the give effect to principles of te tiriti o Waitangi, will either be repealed or replaced with descriptive clauses. Operative treaty clauses that remain are likely to be amended to align with treaty settlement legislation. So probably the most prominent example of that is the Fast Track Approvals Act, in which the treaty clause required the parties under the Act to give effect to treaty settlement legislation, so separate to the treaty principles themselves. And then lastly, that descriptive treaty clauses are likely to be further restricted to reduce the influence of iwi Māori in decision-making processes. So there's a number of, risks that the team have identified that the review may have to council. And largely this comes down to operative treaty clauses allow for flexibility in decision-making and your approach in your partnership with Ngāi Tahu. A number of the existing functions have been enabled and set up because of those operative treaty clauses. And a shift to a descriptive approach is likely to constrain some of those, or that regional nuance and application of the treaty partnership. So, in saying all of that and noting that there's 28 pieces of legislation that have been identified as a part of this review, staff have undertaken to do some initial analysis and effectively scope in and out each of those enactments and separate them into a number of different tranches so that we may take a systematic approach to responding. These are set out within the paper, but in summary, we are proposing to respond or submit to Select Committee on Tranche 1 and 2 enactments, prepare position statements and maintain a watching brief on Tranche 3 enactments, and to take no action on Tranche 4 enactments. And I'll just emphasise that those Tranche 4 enactments have been identified as being out of scope of the Council's functions or unlikely to be of interest to Council. But of course, these recommendations are subject to change. And if staff identify going forward that there may be a need for Council to submit on any of those Tranche 3 or 4 enactments, we have the ability to come back to you with those proposals. So I'll just leave it there for any questions.
So Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. There's quite a bit in there, Thomas, and thank you for that, for thinking this through completely, obviously. So to me, my quick read of that is a dilution of a role in terms of what regional councils do in this, and so there's a journey back to partnership, true Crown partnership, and then subordinating treaty settlements away from the treaty is like a step away from everything. So sort of as again another dilution of roles. Have you got a view on that? That may be too far out there, but have you got a view on that?
At this stage, the specifics of the changes within each of those enactments is not clear enough to take a position on that. What we're trying to do here is just truncate and make it easier for staff and yourselves to be able to respond in light of all of this increasing change.
Councillor Swiggs.
Thanks for the presentation, Tom. Just looking at point 5 in your reports on page 56, the 13 government agencies that are conducting detailed policy work and consultations, that's different to the work that you've just identified in the slides?
So if I go back to the decisions which Cabinet took in November, they directed those agencies to, so they're the responsible agencies for each of the enactments, and they effectively directed them to go back, review their legislation, and then come forward to Cabinet with recommendations. And I'll just note that this is not being done as a one package of change. What we're seeing is that there's systematic change. Different bills are coming up in time, including the RMA. If you look in your appendices, there's actually a couple of the enactments have already gone through a change process, either through a full repeal or amendment in alignment with the review program.
So I just got a question on the policy part, though. So the public consultation will occur before the final policy determinations are made. Those consultations will be with the agencies directly, or will that be through central government and the...
I anticipate that it will be through a select committee process, given how the government has undertaken their public consultation thus far.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Sunkel.
Thank you, and thanks for the presentation. Reading through it, there's ifs and there's maybes, and this could happen and this might happen. Do you have specific ideas of what will be lost in practical terms for the relationship? And I guess the follow-up is, if it is left out of legislation or removed from legislation, whatever it might be, what stops us from continuing our relationships as they are? We keep talking about we are the Canterbury Regional Council, bugger central government, we will do what we do. So what stops us continuing the conversation and the relationship, even if it becomes a voluntary space? Is there something in there that says thou shalt not, or can we continue? And then in the back of my mind, we have Tua Huriri who go, you are not the Crown. Yes, we keep talking to you, but the Crown is in Wellington. So where does that interrelationship happen? What do we practically lose? Are we forced out, or can we continue the conversations as we are?
If I can address your second question first. So if I'll just note that in the Future for Local Government Act review, the idea around the Crown delegating its kawanatanga role was addressed. And so through different clauses set out in legislation, the council takes on that kawanatanga responsibility and role. And so it therefore has treaty obligations as set out by those clauses within legislation. The review is proposing that in some cases, if it is determined so, that treaty clauses may be repealed entirely. What we have seen so far, and I'll refer again to the Fast Track Act, is that a treaty clause is remaining, but the shape of it is changing, and there's an increased reliance on the treaty settlement obligation. So if the council continues to have those treaty obligations, there'll be a responsibility on council, as already exists, for staff and yourselves to look to the Ngāi Tahu Claim Settlement Act and to act in a manner that's consistent with the provisions that are set out within that legislation. So that is unlikely to change because treaty settlements are full and final, and that is not being proposed to be included within the review. I think that might also address the first part of your question, but let me know if it doesn't.
It probably doesn't, because I guess the question is, can we voluntarily, and I guess in your answer you kind of have answered it, that yes, we still need to give effect to those treaty obligations and settlements and the like. I guess just the way it was worded for me is going, is there something that says thou shalt not, or can we continue as we are without necessarily the full backing of legislation as devolved as you have indicated?
The risk is litigation. It's that if you remove these treaty clauses, for example, some parties might find, and you continue to work in the manner that you are, some parties might find that that's not a consistent approach with the new enactment. That is, I guess, a normal risk with any legislative reform, is that there's a judicial process that happens afterwards to massage the details of legislation. So that would be the only risk I can identify. But no, I guess there's nothing stopping you from continuing in a partnership approach without those enactments, just that there is a risk.
I've got Councillor Mackenzie's got a question specifically on as a follow-up to that, so I'm going to let him go if that's okay.
Thanks, Madam Chair. Just to follow up to that, isn't that already happening? In fact, there was a finding from a commissioner just on the 26th of March of this year saying that ECAN had inappropriately interpreted its treaty obligations and vetoing a continuance of a consent. So isn't the council, with an arbitrary interpretation of what its responsibilities are, just as open to legal challenges it would be under the, or in fact less likely to have, if we support the intent of this review, isn't it less likely we'll have legal challenge than we are under the current interpretation of our obligation?
Kia ora, councillors. I think one of the challenges with this particular review is that because the enactments are being amended one by one, we don't actually know the details of each particular one. There is absolutely a risk that the council will be open to litigation. There is absolutely a risk that the flexibility that council has to choose how it engages with its treaty partner will be specified and codified in those enactments. We actually don't know what they're going to look like yet. And we have seen central government be quite directive in some of the recent reforms that have come through. So there is definitely a risk in there of the unknown around what that might look like in terms of the implications for council and how prescriptive some of these descriptive clauses may end up being within these new changes that are coming through. I think the other thing that I wanted to say on this matter as well is because these changes are being managed through different agencies, we are likely to see inconsistency in what that looks like in each particular act as it comes through. Hence why we've put them into tranches, so we can kind of go, these are the ones that we think will impact council more greatly, and these are the ones that probably aren't as impactful for council functions and responsibilities, because we are expecting to see inconsistencies. I don't think it will be a broad brush, they're all going to look exactly the same moving forwards.
So, Councillor Karakia.
Tēnā kōrua, mihi atu. Hey, as previous speakers have said, there's actually a lot in this paper and there's a lot of uncertainty. And I think the interesting thing is, and this is my question, are we saying then, kind of looking at this, because we don't know yet the full picture, do we? And that's going to take some time. But so what this paper's about is being proactive as to developing a framework to be able to address the changes that we believe are coming. Is that correct?
Yeah, we're merely proposing that for the tranches 1 and 2 that we come back to you when we know the detail and we've undertaken an analysis of those with how you would respond.
Supplementary. Thank you, because that was the other part of the question, is that when this work is done, you will come back and then there will be a report update as to where we're at. And does that mean also that, so what's the timeline on that, do you think?
Given it's an agreement within the coalition agreements, the term of this government.
So another question. So when we look at treaty settlements, okay, are we saying then that, there is going to be some movement, particularly around when you're describing, we don't know what's in the tranches yet, but the interesting thing, if you have a treaty settlement, if you've already settled, okay, that's a little bit more difficult than actually, just changing the either the operative clauses or the definitive clauses. Is that correct?
There were a few comments within the paper which talked around treaty settlements being developed and negotiated within specific legislative contexts. So they were negotiated at a time, for example, where the operative clauses existed. So if you were putting a reliance on treaty settlements, but changing the operative clauses which they were negotiated within, you, I guess, change the context around which those treaty settlements were negotiated and therefore existed. Does that answer your question?
One more. So that does answer me. Thank you. I just think that my question here is that if you look at the Ngāi settlement, and then there was the apology, and in the apology, as you've said here, Jenny Shipley said, the Prime Minister said, is that we're entering a new age of cooperation, for Māori, basically. Is this the new age? Is this the new age?
I think you'd have to ask that question to central government.
So, Councillor Davies actually next, and then you, Councillor.
just around the report noting that operative treaty clauses are well understood, with jurisprudential support ensuring their effective application. Could we just get in terms of maybe a council operational lens, an example of the effective application?
In your papers, we provided an appendices, Appendix 2, which I guess attempted to set out some of those operative approaches. So it discusses the establishment of toropu tuia, the use of iwi management plans, the existence of different co-governance arrangements within Waitaha that have resulted from, I guess, a flexible approach to a treaty partnership.
Thank you. And Councillor Scott.
Thank you. This is possibly rhetorical, so I'll let you out early on it. And possibly a cynical view of the government if the government starts specifying partnership with iwi. I guess my thought is, not my question, my thought is a bit around settlement. Where do Runanga sit within this? Because that's our, toropu tuia is our forum. And where do we sit? Like, where do we sit in trying to form some sort of partnership that may not exist and that gets trumped by the Crown and can get trumped by iwi? I mean, we can take regard to the settlement, but that's a rhetorical question, Thomas. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. So I think that's, Councillor East.
Look, unfortunately, I have to leave right now for a funeral, but I'd just like the record to note that I'm opposed to the first two bullet points, but would support the third one. And I take Councillor Scott's comment a minute ago about, doing a lot of work and being trumped by government. We've seen this council on a number of occasions debate issues where the government is sending a clear direction on various policies and changes to law, and we choose at times to buck the system, I suppose, for want of a better word. So unfortunately, I have to leave before the vote is taken, but I just like the discussion to note that I don't support the first two bullet points, but would support the last one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Sorry, can you press the button on that speaker? I think that might make confusion later. Thank you. Okay, so one more question.
Oh, happy to move when.
Oh yeah, give me so that's, I think everyone's asked questions that want to. So staff, thank you. So thank you, Tom. Thank you, Terry. And you can leave the table. And okay, so now we've got the recommendations up on the screen, and you can see there's been some changes to add those tranches in to make it more explicit. And I've got a mover, Chair Pauling, and a seconder, Councillor Scott. Chair Pauling, you'd like to open the debate?
Kia ora, koutou. And tēnā korua, mō korua mahi I tēnei kaupapa. So thanks, Tom and Terry, for the work you've done on this and the rest of the team. I think this is a pretty big issue, especially in relation to the RMA for us, as we've seen play out in the last week or so with the announcements around the RMA. There's a couple of sort of fundamental issues for me with removing treaty clauses and relying on treaty settlements, and that is that not all iwi and hapu have had treaty settlements, so that's an issue for those iwi that haven't, so that gives them no recourse to be involved in certain legislation if those elements are taken out. Breaches can continue to happen. They're not just all stuck in the past and all fully resolved, so they can continue to happen. So again, that takes that element away. And treaty settlements are full and final for sure, but they don't specifically cover all natural resource matters, including water. So just throw that out there. Most treaty settlements, iwi historical treaty settlements, are land-based settlements on land claims mostly, and there is a separate Treaty of Waitangi fisheries settlement, etc. So there's lots of different settlements in that regard, but some issues haven't been dealt with. So some right and interest issues around particular natural resources haven't been dealt with. And so there's an issue there that this government's either not acknowledging or are doing a different path around. So I think that this is inherent on us to support this work. And I think the staff have done a really good job of breaking it down into those three different parts. A lot of analysis here for us to understand. And the questions from councillors have been well answered, I thought, and with reference to some of the appendixes in the paper. So I really support this. I think it's really important, particularly in that RMA sense for us in the council's role here. And again, whoever continues to do these functions in the future, it will remain to be significant for them. So, and in an ideal world, of course, yes, we wouldn't need treaty clauses in legislation. I do believe that, but we don't live in an ideal world. We don't live in a world where people understand the history and the things that have gone on in our country, and the reason we have these things. And good lawmakers and good politicians in our last 150 years have decided to put these things in for good reason. And backed up by the courts and lots of treaty settlements and lots of things since, that builds that picture of why they're there and why it's important. And so, yes, there's a bit of inconsistency amongst them, and that would be good to tidy up. But for the reasons A, B and C that I said at the start of my speech, there's an important reason that they remain. So I support the work and the resolutions. Thank you.
And so, Councillor Scott.
Yeah, thank you. And thank you, Terry and Tom, for this is good paper. I think this is probably the most important one that we're talking about today, because the implications of it, from my point of view, are significant to the way this council has behaved. Looking at that timeline along our 2-year journey, it says along the wall, because it does change that. And if you're changing Clause 8 or Section 8 of the RMA, which is about partnership, protection and participation, I don't know how you can actually be a bit more explicit about those things, because they are there and pretty much clear to me. And so when I read that fact that made that clause that the EAG said should be taken forward, and then they said no, and Chris Bishop has said no, we're not going to do that. Then partnerships about the Maori and the Crown, protections about the Crown protects the rights of Indigenous population, and participation in decision making. They're pretty clear objectives, and I don't know how you can muck with them too much. So I think that this piece of work will give us a better view on this. I think there's a lot more that we need to understand about this before we go forward. And my rhetorical question I asked was about, hey, if this stuff doesn't go the way we think it might go, it starts picking it away at what we've been doing for the last, I don't know, when's that first date over there? Long time anyway, on the wall. Thank you.
Councillor Mackay.
Yeah, thanks very much. Look, I'll support the content of this recommendation. I guess my decisions will be reflective when we finally come to actually decide on what the submissions or what feedback we actually might provide. Because to me, I feel there's too much uncertainty. I mean, staff have mentioned that as we've gone through, and certainly building on this morning's discussion, there's a lot of uncertainty still here, and I just feel that this gives the staff certainly confirmation to actually go ahead and look at the Tranche 1 and 2 acts and deal with them both from a response position or just preparing a position statement. So I will pass it at this stage, but certainly I will keep my powder dry and see what comes through and then make my decision then. Thank you.
Councillor Karakia.
Kia ora, Madam Chair. Earlier on in this meeting, and on another paper, there was a acknowledgement to our staff about all of the Crown legislative changes, and so a lot of change, a lot of uncertainty, and I tautoko, what that speaker actually said. But try being Māori today. Exactly that. Changes, uncertainty, even at the marae now. You have to actually tell our people, especially our young ones, everything will be all right. And so when we look at this here and we talk about, we talk significant change that's coming. And when we all were over at Onuku, when the apology was read, it was meant to be a new dawn. And you've actually captured it here because it was meant to be about a new age of cooperation. And so I'll answer my own question. This is the new age of cooperation, it looks like. And so when we look at all of that, and then we look at in this paper here, and enabling other government objectives as well. And so we're looking at curtailing Māori involvement in submissions and all that around investment and economic activity. We're looking at, in some ways blaming Māori that the treaty settlement gravy train is about to stop. All they were doing was actually using the law of the land to actually fight their grievances. And the other part of it is that the excise from statutory law. So what it's doing, it's limiting Māori rights. And so that is why I appeal to everyone here today to support all of these recommendations, even though we actually don't know a lot yet. And there's a lot more information that's going to be forthcoming. But we certainly know that change is coming for the way that the treaty will be interpreted moving forward. And so that it's why it's really important here that we support this, because what we're doing also is that we're defending the incredible progressive things that have happened in this council. And we're doing that because we're preparing actually for war in some ways, the way we see it. Because what's coming is definitely going to be needed to be defended, and so we're preparing for that now, and I see this in this paper. And the other parts of this particularly is that in a previous paper we talked about Rome burning. It's not this one. Tuahui is not burning. Because we actually are developing ways that we can actually do it by this framework. Thank you to Tom and Terry for articulating this paper and also all the information in the paper. It's tearful reading, actually, in a lot of ways. But at least we're actually preparing for what we know is going to come. It's a fait accompli. Things are going to change. And we've got a fresh water case going on down the road at the moment. And that'll be really quite interesting when looking at this as well, as to the outcome of that. So I actually ask all of our councillors to think about this paper and support it to protect what's been done before us and where we're going with this. Kia ora koutou.
Thank you. Councillor Davies.
Yeah, it's quite a hard act to follow there, Nick. But I support your words and I support the positions here. I just don't understand. I mean, I'm so perplexed by one coalition agreement seeking to define the principles and another coalition agreement seeking to remove them. And this kind of approach to New Zealand's constitution the inconsistency around it, like we need some coherence. And maybe ECAN and our officers in this council can push for consistency through this process.
Thank you. Councillor Sunkel?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm comfortable to support this going through and see what is worked out, but as with Councillor Mackay, reserve my decision making until we see what has come up with it and what those thoughts are. Thank you.
So Councillor Burns?
Kia ora. Just so everyone's completely clear where I stand on things, I'll keep it pretty brief. Look, if things had worked perfectly with the treaty to date, we wouldn't need the clauses. I think the Chair said something similar to that. It would be just a matter of fact, and we would just be getting on with life. Unfortunately, we are not. It is my belief, we've just heard about the Treaty Interpretation Act. My belief is it's somewhat of a smokescreen in order to be able to attempt to get at these 28 acts and many more that may be there, which allows the government the ability to sell off resources to the greedy and overseas investors they're looking for. I would just like to say that our relationships have developed through both an interpretation and application of laws, legislation, and as Councillor Korako said, progressive actions that have established the two councillor roles, the likes of Tuia, our closer relationships with Runanga and their environmental entities, and we are much the better for it. That is the people of Canterbury. I acknowledge John's points. There are times I sit and think, okay, Tuahiwi don't see us as treaty partner. What does that mean? But ultimately, I thought Tom explained it very well when he said they may not see that way, but we have obligations delegated to us, if you like, by the Crown. So that doesn't mean we just ignore. We do what we need to do. And finally, I'd just like to thank the staff. Yeah, good report. I thought it was very thorough, and I thought you explained everything very well. Thank you. Kia ora.
Oh, Councillor McKenzie.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I listened very carefully to Councillor Karako's impassioned plea for us to support him, but and support these recommendations, but I can't. And the basis of that is that Nook is suggesting that we have our relationship with Papatupu Runanga and our interpretation of our requirements under the treaty at the right level, and I don't believe we have. And in part of our discussions, for example, for the gravel abstraction, we suggested that the Runanga involvement should be at a planning level, not at the operations level. But for too much of the running of this organisation, we have Runanga involvement at operations level. And that's effectively given Runanga the ability to decide on how consents are processed, which is not far off a veto on individual consents, which I think is totally inappropriate. And so when I read the purpose of this review, and that is it's to clarify legislative intent, there may be a whole lot of stuff behind this, which Nook has referred to and Greg has referred to in terms of political intent, but the absolute stated intent of this review is that clarify legislative intent, reduce uncertainty regarding engagement obligations, and ensure treaty provisions are clear. I think this council urgently needs some advice from central government on actually how we do these things, because we are in danger of, and I think it's already the case, where we are now taking Papatupu Runanga's position, which is quite often contrary to our greater community's position. And the issue with that is that we're not resolving the we're not working as in partnership here. We are actually creating conflict by doing that, and the community out there knows that, and they are getting considerably annoyed about that, and to a degree, that's partly why the government has proposed this review. And so, actually, for the sake of Runanga's seat around our governance and planning at that level, and being involved in the decision making, that is commensurate on the community support for that. And I think, you can't take one side over the other, which is what this council is too often doing. And I referred before in my questioning to a decision that's just been made by an independent commissioner that actually says this council is making bad judgment calls on some of our consent applications because of its commitment to listening to Runanga ahead of its community. And we need to sort that out. And if this review will do that, then I'm all in favour of this review. Now, what is clear from all the discussion around this is that our staff are recommending that they effectively step into the breach and start opposing this before we even know what it is know the detail of what the government's proposing. So I can't support these recommendations.
I've got Councillor Robinson.
Oh my goodness. It's very hard to talk after you've said all that nonsense, Mr. Mackenzie. Seriously, some of it is really offensive, and yeah. I, for one, believe that the treaty was formed so that us Pākehā could actually live in this country. We're obligated to abide by a lot of it, and there's no opportunity for changing our viewpoints on certain things. It's really hard listening to staff talking about something that we should be doing as a given. I mean, the emotions in the room, for sure. I rely on the treaty myself to actually understand the benefits that different runanga actually give to environmental outcomes, because I tell you what, the majority of Pākehā don't do it very well. If we don't actually follow some of the rules of iwi management plans and the likes, because we should be learning something from this discussion. It just makes me just so wild that we're here, to be honest, in this country, and it's utterly embarrassing. There's good reasons why a lot of these clauses are in a lot of our acts. And I just look at the list in Appendix 1, for example, and it's obscenely unjustified. We look at some of the best things that came out of some of the negotiations with different runanga and iwi, Smoke-Free Environments and Regulated Products Act, I mean, of which Nook was one of the select committee, I believe. And they just repealed things willy-nilly. The staff recommendations is what I'm supporting today because of all the things I've just mentioned and what Nook mentioned before too. I'm almost not making sense. That's how angry I am that we're here. And I recommend, I support it wholeheartedly anyway to move this forward.
Thank you. And Councillor Edge.
Yeah, this is a sad day, an indictment on people who don't support this. I absolutely support this. I just want to read the last two clauses in the conclusion, really for the benefit of people who are listening in or watching it online. And it talks about the importance of retaining treaty protections. The treaty clauses under review have been instrumental in delivering judicial sound, cost-effective and forward-thinking governance models. These provisions have strengthened Māori participation, enhanced environmental stewardship, and ensured that local decision-making reflects the shared responsibilities of tangata whenua and tangata tiriti. Weakening these safeguards could put at risk the progress made in conservation, resource management, and regional governance, while impacting Māori rights and the broader goal of a sustainable, inclusive, and resilient Aotearoa New Zealand. This coalition government's attempts to expunge so much of our treaty obligations and our partnership and relationships with Māori is positively evil. And I'm absolutely hope that, I know, as Councillor Karakia has said, that these challenges have come before, and we have progressed through them. But to do it now in the 21st century is just unbelievable. So by having this investigation from staff, the report staff is fantastic, and it highlights so many things that have happened and the benefits of Te Ao Māori worldview thinking. So look, coming back to us progressively as these acts get put in place will be really good, but I think eventually the New Zealand public will expunge the work of this current coalition.
Thank you. Got Councillor Ward line.
Yep. Hello. Firstly, I'd just like to thank the staff for bringing this to us and all the work they've put into it. I do echo some of Councillor Sacknell's concerns about the true partnership and how well it's working, and I hope that can only work better going forward. I support this motion, but I do respect that any decisions that may come, because we are in a space at the moment where things are changing all the time, that we do look at these when they come forward into the future. And I guess my only concern is that there was a point that Councillor Mackenzie brought up, is I just feel that our consenting process has been held up sometimes because of this around the ranangas and that, and I think they should have more of an open view to some things, especially around extraction of rivers, shingle from rivers. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. So from my part, I support these recommendations, and I certainly have absolutely no faith that the current government is doing any of this for the benefit of the majority, both majority of Pākehā and majority of Māori. But yeah, I look forward to seeing what staff bring forward, and it will be interesting. Each submission that comes through this, or paper that comes through this, will take some time to work through, and it will be interesting conversations going forward on this one. But yeah, I really wish we didn't actually have this to go through at all. Chair Pauling, would you like to?
Kia ora. Yeah, thank you, and thanks again to all the staff, and thanks for the comments, and yeah, thank you, Nook, for your speech on this too. I did just want to address that, Councillor Mackenzie, I can't sit here and let what I believe is a bit of a misrepresentation of the work between this council and the Papatipi Rūnanga around consenting matters. It's not a veto at all. We're the decision makers. This council is the decision makers. It's convenient to scapegoat our Papatipi Rūnanga on that, but they provide advice which is directly in line with our responsibilities under the Local Government Act and the Resource Management Act, and we're trying to fulfil those responsibilities, including Section 8 of the current RMA. So that's what we're doing. In most cases throughout history, local councils haven't had that ability to do that because they either haven't had the knowledge within their staff or their councillors to be able to give weight to those things, and so they have been ignored, and I reckon that's a fact, but you can challenge me on that if you wish. Until post the late 1980s and into the 1990s when the Resource Management Act was created. That's why those clauses were put in there, including Section 6E and 7A, because people recognised that was important. Mātauranga is important to the way we manage natural resources, just as it is Western science and just as it is for local community views. That's why those things exist in there. And yet there definitely is conflict out there within our communities, and there's a lot of division at the moment too. But yet I'd urge everyone to learn as much as they can about this space, and for sure, let's lead the conversations with our communities, because that is our role, to try to resolve and balance that conflict and division that's out there. And lastly, I'll just say that in terms of, if people are worried about the principles of the treaty, I don't understand why we just don't have, I think it leads to Councillor Davies' speech around the Constitution. We should have a Constitution that just has uphold Te Turihu or Waitangi. That should be what's in there. And then we wouldn't need all these things in separate pieces of legislation because it would be at the very top. And I think that's the sentiment that I hear over many years of working in this space. So, kia ora.
Okay, so we've got a move and a seconder. So can I ask all those who are in favour, please say aye. Right, and all those against, please say aye. So we've got Councillor Mackenzie. Anyone else? Nope. Do you want that recorded? Yeah, so if you can record, great, got it. Okay, so that motion has been carried. So just to let you all know that the next meeting now will be on the 14th of May at 10:30, and that will get publicised and be on the website. And then we have the closing. So certainly, Chair Pauling.
Thank you, Vicky. Just a little bit of extra business, and thank you, Councillor Sunkel, for raising this at the start of the meeting. Yes, Catherine, it is your last meeting with us, and I know that you do have a function with staff in a few weeks, so I'm acknowledging that. And I know a lot of us are on recess, but I know we've been invited and some will come, so just want to acknowledge that. But yeah, just to acknowledge your work over many, many years. I remember meetings way back when I worked at Te Rūnanga o Ngaitahu, especially around things like Tuia Partnership in the Commissioner Days. So acknowledge all of your work you've done for us, and I wish you well in your journeys with the study that you're about to take on. And yeah, I'm so glad that you're having the opportunity to take that up, and it's definitely never too late to get stuck into that. So yeah, ngā mihi ki a koe, mō tō mahi uaua I tēnei kaunihera, kia pai tō mahi tō hekina ki te wā, kei te heki mai nei, tēnā koe, kia ora.
Hey, can I say something? Because Catherine's a significant person in my life. When I came here in 2016 and had the daunting task of coming in here with commissioners that knew everything about everything, and wanting to make a difference to John and Claire and Yayan and myself. And I distinctly remember saying to Catherine after Peter Skelton had pulled me down for about the third time in a meeting, and he used to say, "I'm sorry, but you're wrong, Councillor, you're wrong." And I just thought to myself, oh, geez, I could be home bloody changing the sheep's brake or something, doing something like that. And I walked down, I said to Catherine, I've had enough of this. She said, she put her hand on my shoulder, she said, "Don't worry, Peter, it'll come right." And so thank you very much for that advice, and thank you very much for the opportunity throughout that time to be able to use you as a bit of a sounding board, Catherine, and I wish you well, and I think it's a really good move for you.
Yeah, sorry, there seems to be a bit of a hand. So, Councillor Swiggs, you want to speak now?
Yeah, I really did want to say something publicly. Being the deputy chair of this committee, it's been wonderful to work with you and your team in the short time that we've been doing this work. But I really just wanted to wish you well on your PhD journey as somebody who's just finished one. You're going to be in for a big change in your lifestyle and how you and the amount of time that you used to think you had. You're about to lose it. There's a lot of reading, but I know you're up for it, and I'm really looking forward to reading your research when you finally get it to a place where it can be published. All the best, and I know you're going to do well.
And just to say, I'd actually already suggested to Catherine that when she gets to a certain point in developing her ideas and what she's doing on some point, then we can invite her back to actually give us a presentation and tell us about what she's finding out, because it's actually stuff that's going to be really relevant to Canterbury in its future. So yeah, all about food, and so really relevant. So we'll hold you to that. So thank you, everybody. And so just closing Karakia then from Chair Pauling.
Kia ora. Tēnā koutou e Karakia Whakakapi o tātou nei hui. Kia tau nā manakitanga o nā mea karo ki runga ki tēnā o tātou, kua mahia te hua mā kihiki, kia toita reo, kia toita mana, kia toita aroha, tūturu whakamaua, kia tīna, haumi e, hui e, tāeki e, kia ora.